Hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're in the world. Welcome to DevReach. We are live today from the Vegas Strip. I am Gambler Sam. With me, I have Poker Alyssa.
It's Wyoma, sweetie. And my cat Canola, she's running around here somewhere, but it's Wyoma.
I hear you. Well, welcome everyone. Somehow we are still dev advocates and your MCs here at DevReach. Hopefully you had a blast yesterday. It was Blazer Day, but today we are going to roll the dice and we are going to see how lucky we get with our app architectures.
Oh, you mentioned dice.
Yeah.
You mentioned dice. Gets Wyoma excited.
Yeah. All right, so welcome everyone. We've been told that you would like us to get rid of us as soon as possible. But just hang on a little bit. Let's bring some visuals up. Let's set up the day so we can all have a little bit of fun today. All right, so there you go. Let's go full screen, Alyssa.
Full screen. I'm going to go full screen. Are you ready for this? It's going to be epic. Hold. 1 second, darlings. I'm going to do it eventually. I think it thinks it's on another monitor, even though there is no other monitor. Here we go.
There you go.
All right. Welcome.
Yeah. Welcome everybody. Welcome back to DevReach. Day two. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Let's get going. So folks, if you're just joining us, welcome again to DevReach. This is our 12th year running, and this year is different because we are all remote, but we're going to have a lot of fun. Big thank you to all of our sponsors without whom we cannot get this going. So all of our media partners bringing this all together so we can all have a lot of fun. We are spreading the love across the whole week, and we are focusing on technologies. So let's keep going, Alyssa.
Awesome. This is our week. So far, we've obviously had Blazer Day, and as you probably hopefully knew, today is React. But we also have Xamarin Maui coming up tomorrow, and beautiful Sam here is going to be our host. You don't want to miss it. Angular Day is Thursday. I'll be there all day long with an excellent crew, and of course, prizes, trivia, and a code party on Friday. So don't miss it.
And if you want, I can keep these glasses on all week.
You promise.
I'm cool. All right. So after hours, we want more of you to hang out with. So we had a lot of fun yesterday. We had a custom VR world that we hung out with. We're going to do it again tomorrow, Wednesday. There'll be a little form in the chat room. Go fill it up. It's an invite only. We'll send you the links so you can come and hang out.
We were in it yesterday, and it was a blast.
Yeah. But today is going to be extra fun because you're going to see us embarrass our whole team in front of the internet because we are going to try doing an escape room. Yeah, that's going to be a lot of fun. Yeah.
I was rushing you on that one, but we are. I'm so excited about the escape room, so please join us. This is streamed on Twitch, correct, Sam?
Yes, and a big shout out to the Mystery Escape Room folks. They do virtual escape rooms, real escape room, great for team building, great for your families and just to hang out. So yeah, let's keep going. And we are, again, let's just keep things respectful. There is a code of conduct. Let's have fun, but just keep things respectful for everybody. All right.
Oh, and the prizes.
Yeah. Ooh, I actually made a quick switch last minute instead of an Xbox, which is very cool. But even cooler
Sorry, I
is
didn't notice that. Yeah. What is it?
they're going to make you more productive in these times. There's a Bose headphone that we're giving away. Okay,
Oh, nice. So the big prize today is a Bose headset.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so excited.
And one of our speakers, Sarah Vieira, she's got a brand new ebook. I mean, React is opinionated. We want you to fall into the pit of success, but how about adding opinions on top of opinions? So there is a brand new book out there. We're going to give out lots of copies of that. So keep an eye out. Twitch subs being dropped, Amazon gift cards, mystery prizes all over the place. So just hang out with us.
And as you probably guessed, today is casino themed.
Let's roll the dice. Let's see how lucky we get. Yeah. So let's talk about what is in store. Again, if you're in the React world, obviously you know React, but the hottest UI components in the world, that's Kinda UI for React. So go check us out. And here's the man of the day. You can get actually more of React if you want. Every Wednesday, React hosts a bunch of experts, not React hosts, well, TJ
right
hosts.
here on this channel. So if you want to see TJ talking about React, doing crazy things, interviewing people, sometimes we do Angular and React together. No, it's crazy. Seriously, join the channel Wednesdays. And then this is our itinerary.
Look at the names. Look at the names, right?
So, and
it's going to be a lot.
So excited. I'm not going to talk them up too much. I don't want to spoil anything because our host of the day, TJ VanToll, who is a fellow developer advocate on our team, is actually going to host today and do some introductions. So welcome, TJ, to the stage.
Yeah, let's bring him out. There he is.
Not as decked out as you two, but I did bring the DevReach dice here. So it's the best I got. I didn't get into the full getup.
All right. Well, we'll forgive you. Well, let us know if you need this hat and Alyssa's hat back just to kind of cheer you up anytime.
Will do.
Have a wonderful, wonderful React day. We'll be backstage if you need us.
Out.
All right. Well, thanks, everybody. As I mentioned, I'm TJ VanToll. I work as a developer advocate here at Progress. This is my, I want to say like 4th or 5th DevReach, obviously under different circumstances. Hopefully we get back to doing these in person. But I'm super excited today. We have an awesome list of speakers. And I actually don't want to waste any time. We can just dive right in and bring the first of our speakers on stage. So Ryan Chenke, which hopefully, Ryan, you can tell me if I first of all pronounced your last name correctly.
You got it. You did.
Yes.
Yep.
All right. Excellent. So Ryan, I know you work as a developer advocate at Prisma. You want to just start by introducing yourself and what you do?
Sure. Yeah. So I'm a developer advocate at Prisma, a full stack dev. Done a lot of neat things in the developer world over the last few years. I spent a lot of time working at Auth0, so I learned a lot about auth and security, and I've focused quite a bit of my teaching content on that. And in that vein, I do a lot of teaching. I do a lot of courses, write ebooks, that sort of thing. And yeah, now I'm focused on databases at Prisma, teaching about relational databases, which we're a big fan of at Prisma, and we give you a nice layer on top of it. So that's a bit about me. I'm in Ottawa, Canada. So I'm probably the only Canadian on the roster today, and I'm happy to be here with my Canadian coffee.
Excellent. You're on brand. I'm actually curious. So those lists of like security, like authorization, databases, like those are topics that I think a lot of people try to avoid, right? I know like I've tried to avoid. What got you into that? Was it like a particular interest in the topic, or it's just like a problem that you needed to solve?
Yeah, that's interesting. So I mean, my interest grew after I started working at Auth0. That's really where it blooms. But I took an initial interest because I was building back in the Angular 1 days. I was building an app with like a REST API, and I needed to figure out how to add authentication to it. And that was when it was still kind of being figured out. Like JSON Web Tokens were a new thing. People didn't really know much about them or how to use them, especially in like a single page app that reaches into a REST API. And so I just dove deep into that, and that sort of led me to teaching about it, which led me to working at Auth0, which led me to knowing more about it. And now ultimately I'm, happy to teach on those topics that I've learned to help people out, because it's not a topic that's super easy to grapple with. And it's definitely one that's got a lot of pitfalls, a lot of confusing information out there for sure. So yeah, that's partially, I suppose, why I'm interested in it, just because I've been immersed in it so long.
So I definitely have some other questions, but maybe at this point, if you want, I know you had some stuff you wanted to show. Maybe you could share your screen and we can use that to ask any other questions that come up.
Yeah, definitely. So, and I guess we're gonna do some coding here, right? So I've got an API that I've built that's going to go into this casino app that you put together.
Yep.
And I figure what we can do is we can build out some pieces of what would be like a profile here, and use a JSON web token to get some kind of some authorization stuff happening where we can like redeem some money for the casino. So I've got an API built out for that. Does that sound kind of like a good thing to do here? We can start to build out the front end pieces for that.
Yeah, I think the most important step for any casino is we want to take money first. So absolutely. I think get people in, get their money. Let's do it.
That sounds great. So I don't know if you wanted to dive too much into the auth stuff before that, but maybe we can, I don't know, we can just do it as we go, I suppose. Hey,
yeah,
kind of talk about it as we go through. I've got this server here. It's running on localhost 3001. This is just a quick server that I put together. Maybe if you could, I think you have the link there,
yep.
TJ. Maybe you could put that into the chat so people can see the repository. Couple things to note about this server. So simple Node.js server built with TypeScript. And the idea here, what we're doing is a user can come in and register. We've got this endpoint to register a user, and that's going to put them into the database, and it's going to give them a JSON web token. JSON web tokens, it's a big topic. If you're not familiar, I'd recommend going to jwt.io. That's where you can find out a lot of information about what JSON web tokens are, how they work, etc. A little bit too much to dive into in the time we've got allotted today, but you can find a lot of info at jwt.io. In this endpoint, we're putting a user into a database, and it's using Prisma. Like TJ mentioned, I work at Prisma, and we offer some solutions for relational databases. And primarily what we do is we give you this ability to write your whole model in this Prisma schema language, as we call it, to describe your tables, and then you can run a couple quick commands, and then you get a really nice client. We call it the Prisma client, and with the Prisma client, you get type-safe database access. So you do something like prisma.user, that's a model that we've got, and we've got all these methods on it that we can do, like we can create one or delete one, etc. So really nice client to use for your database access, and it's totally type-safe, which is a nice experience.
So I'm curious, relational is interesting just because I feel like it's the hipster thing is, right, your NoSQL database.
Right.
What makes you like think that relational is like the right choice here?
Right. So I personally think it's because people spent probably 10 years from the 2010s to the 2020 to 2020 now working with NoSQL databases in a way that ultimately they shouldn't have been worked with, and this is myself included. I've often tried to force MongoDB to act like a relational database for me, which has not ended all that well, and it's been frustrating. So I think a lot of people are over the hype of NoSQL now, and they're kind of thinking, you know what, this relational database thing that has always been here, it's worked pretty well, and maybe I should continue to use it. And I think a lot of developers are realizing that these days, and so, you know, we've certainly seen that. Like the Postgres is a database that is well used, and people seem to love it. So we've kind of gone all in on relational first at Prisma, but support for NoSQL like MongoDB, etc. is on the roadmap as well. So that is coming.
It's funny too, because I learned in relational, every time I use something like Mongo or whatever, I always put it in relational terms in my brain because it's like wired in my brain to think relationally. And then if I need to do NoSQL sort of things, I need to make it like, oh, that's like a table, or that's like a foreign key, or that sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's hard to break that pattern. So it turns out relational is nice to work with, and Prisma, like what I really like is the API that you get for this. It looks like what you'd get with, you know, Mongoose or something, where you go to create records or operate on your data in a way that's JavaScripty, and you know, you don't have to worry about actual raw queries. So quite nice to use. You can check it out at prisma.io. There's the plug for Prisma. Moving on to the other endpoints that we've got, though, we've got a middleware here that's dealing with our token, JSON Web Token, to verify it, and it's taking it in from a header, it's trimming it to make sure it gets just the token, and it's going to verify it against a secret, this kind of shared secret that we've got for the JSON Web Token. If it's good, we are going to put the user onto the request object to pass it on down through the chain so that in our other endpoints, like this user endpoint, for example, we can actually verify a user, find that user in the database, take their ID from the request object, which is ultimately the way that we would kind of think about a replacement for a session. JSON Web Tokens don't really truly replace sessions. It's a different concept, and there's some nuance there. But you can think of this as like more or less your session. You're getting the user ID from the session on the back end. The third and final endpoint is this redeem one, where we are using Prisma to increment by $100, I guess in this case, we're calling them credits in the database, to increment their credits by 100. So the idea is you come to the site and you enter the casino, and the casino throws you some money to play with, more or less. So I mean that's a quick tour through the API. There's a bit going on there which you can check out in the repo. But if I make this call here, I've got this JSON Web Token in the token spot in Insomnia here. And so because I'm sending my JSON Web Token through, I am getting a good result from the back end showing that's my name, etc. I can go to redeem. Why don't we try this out? We'll do a post request to redeem. There we go, $100 redeemed, total credits.
We did it.
Yeah, so I figure, why don't we build out just like a quick form here to get this into the front end? Does that sound okay?
Yeah, let's do it.
Awesome.
Also, Insomnia is a tool I don't think I've heard of before.
Oh,
is
no?
it just
Okay.
like for just like API endpoint testing sort of deal?
Yeah, if you're familiar with like Postman, this is kind of like a Postman type application. It's like a REST client. I really like it because it's got GraphQL support, so you can bump into like a GraphQL query, and you know you get like your schema introspection here, where you get autocomplete and that sort of thing. So I quite like it for that, and you know people like this one. I'd recommend it. Insomnia.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Let's build a form.
Cool. So you know what, I was taking a look through the dependencies here, and like I haven't touched the Kendo stuff in a long time. So I don't know if there's Kendo support for the stuff I'm about to do, but maybe you tell me if what I'm about to do has some equivalent in Kendo. Usually what I do is I come in and install Formic if I'm going to deal with forms. So Formic is, you know, this library that helps you deal with the pain that can be experienced with forms in React, and you know, switching between controlled and uncontrolled forms, and all this sort of stuff. So I come in, I install Formic, and then I think you've got us broken out into these components here, right?
Yep.
So then I'd come in and do import Formic, and I want to get form and field. Those are the components I want. So those come from Formic. And then maybe what we can do is have a component here, and maybe we can call this like redeem credits. And what we'll do is return. So we wrap Formic like this so that we can get, you know, break out into this like form area. And Formic, it'll take some initial values. So this is like a, you know, this prop that you can pass initial values through. The API that I've got set up, it takes a first name and a last name. And then when you're in Formic, you can open up a form, and you can have, let's do a label. And we'll call this first name, and then we'll have a field, and we point the name to the field name that we want to target. So first name here is going to link up with first name right here. And then we can just duplicate this for last name. And do that. And then we'll have a submit button at the end. Submit button with type equal to submit. And actually, I'm just realizing this isn't, at this point, we're just going to actually sign up. So we'll call this sign up component. So this is going to be like when you enter, you sign up, and all of this is like not the actual flow that you'll probably want in your application. You'll break this out into kind of different parts, but this is just one spot for us to work with these elements to show things.
Yeah, and while you're finishing typing it up, just since you asked about Kendo, Kendo does have similar components so you can build form controls. The reason to use Kendo would be really theming wise. You want your forms to look like your other parts of your apps. If you have grids or charts or other things, you get that like sort of cohesive look. But Formic is also great solution. You know, obviously no issues, and you can use that alongside Kendo mix and match sort of thing too.
Okay, that sounds cool. I am going to try to get myself a valid component here. So there's my name. I'm gonna actually just root.
Yeah.
And then so sign up we'll call for. Let's see, does this render for us? Boom, there we go.
Did it.
Let's see what we get in the console, because I'm logging to the console.
Did you add the bit that's like posts to the API as well?
So I haven't added that yet. We're going to do that now. And in fact, what I'll do for the sake of time, I actually prepped some stuff here. I'm just going to like copy and paste this function that I made to get to the API.
Yep.
And then I'll talk about it because there's a bit going on. So I'm going to copy this and come back over here to our app. And so here's what I just pasted, this register user function. It accepts some data, and it asynchronously does this fetch request to a URL, which I need to find. So URL is going to be localhost 3001. It's going to go to URL/register. It's going to send a post request, and it's going to send the data along as application JSON. And we'll get a result. With using the fetch API, we have to await the request.json to get the result out. And then we're going to get a token back from that when the user registers. So we can then store that token in local storage. So big thing to note right here is local storage, not a good idea to actually do this in production. This is just a quick way for us to get working with a token right now. Instead of using local storage, you'll want to use something like an HTTP only cookie or just your application state. And I've got some material on this. I can, if you're interested, there's more on this at reactsecurity.io, which maybe TJ, if you could link up. It's got a bunch of material for how you would deal with your JSON web tokens in a more secure way.
And would that be because like local storage is something easily like pryable into sort of deal? Okay.
Yeah, easily scriptable. So if someone gets like some cross-site scripting onto your page, they can easily go into your local storage and take your tokens, send them to a remote location. There are differing opinions on this because some might say if you are susceptible to cross-site scripting at all, then kind of all bets are off. Like
you've got bigger problems.
Yeah, you've got bigger problems. People are going to be able to do whatever they want. So instead, maybe you should just focus on not having cross-site scripting vulnerabilities. However, tokens are a pretty pretty low-level thing that if people get them, they can do a lot of damage with them. So there is an argument to be said that like you should try to secure your token storage as much as possible and not just rely on making your app completely clean. So differing opinions, differing options. But yeah, I've got some more on that if you want to check it out at reactsecurity.io.
Yep. And link is in the chat. So
awesome. Thank you.
Check that out.
Yeah, so there's our register. And so maybe we'll try this out. We'll see what we get in the console. So first name, last name, and sign up. Did we get anything back? So we went to register. We got a token back. There it is, JSON Web Token.
Nice.
And we got the user information here, first name, ID, last name, etc. And then let's see, in our local storage, there we go. We are in our local storage area. We've got a token, and there's the actual value of the token. So yeah, we sign up and we get a token back. This is a flow that probably isn't approximating reality for like an actual login sign up flow in your actual application, but it shows you how you'd get it done to some extent. There's more to it, but this is just a quick teaser on it. What I'll show now is And I actually like this idea of just copying and pasting a bunch of this code instead of writing it out, because I've written a bunch of this prior here. So instead of putting in, or instead of me typing everything in, let's just copy and paste what I just did, which is redeem money. So the idea here is I want to have a button that the user can click that says, I want to like redeem my $100 now that I've walked into the casino. To do that, the user has to have a JSON Web Token in local storage to begin with, and because it's the token that's going to be exchanged on the back end for some money. The user has to exist. We have to be able to increment money based on the ID that comes in the token. And it's actually maybe a good opportunity now for us to talk about how I need to copy this whole thing. Talk about this. Let's copy this and let's go to jwt.io. Talk about why it is that we can rely on the token as being our source of truth here on the back end. So what we're doing on the back end is we're taking this token, we're sending it in, we're decoding it, we're verifying it first to make sure it's valid against a shared secret. And then we're taking the user ID as our decision-making tool to say, we're going to trust this and find a user based on this ID. And the reason that we can trust that is because if you were to come over to jwt.io and you were to, try to change your user ID to something else to try to like impersonate another user, it wouldn't actually do you any good, because as soon as you fiddle with the payload of the token, you're going to throw off the signature of it, and it's no longer going to be valid. So part of the benefit of JSON Web Tokens is they're this like stateless way of doing authorization. And you can just trust the contents of the token without really much else, without much else to be concerned about, because you as long as it's verifiable, the token against a shared secret, you can be sure that the contents here are valid. So yeah, I don't know if that makes sense, but
yeah, it does. And the site is pretty neat. I hadn't seen that before, where it highlights the like some smart UX person looked at this, because I totally get what they're going for here.
Right. Yeah, it's a good site to use to debug your tokens. With all that being said, the idea here is we'll send this token to the API to redeem, which once again is here. We've got a post request at this redeem endpoint. It's going to take the user ID coming in from that token. The work done to put the user onto the request object is actually up here in this middleware that I've created, which looks for the token from the authorization header, and then it's going to verify it, jwt.verify. And then it's going to put the decoded portion or parts of it onto this user object on the request, and then call next so you can get onto the next function. So that's how that works. Let's do that from the front end now. Hey, let's go over here and we'll take a look at what's going on. We've got like we're going to look for a user, and then we're going to we've got this like update function for our state set user. We're going to start by getting a user, and that's at the /user endpoint right here. We can send in our token, and if we get a good user, we can put that user into our state. And the idea is that we want to show the existing credits that the user has, and then have a button to have the user like redeem some credits. So I've got this like redeem some money here, where we can click this button, and this calls redeem. Redeem is defined right here, an asynchronous function, once again using the fetch API to go to the /redeem endpoint, sending it a post request, sending it our token in the authorization header. This is what it all comes down to when you're doing authorization with JSON Web Tokens. You want to send it in a header. Not the only way to get your JSON Web Token to your backend. I mean, you could use like a query param or something if you wanted to, but this is the most common authorization header. And then, yeah, after that, we can set some credits. So let's see. I just want to double check that we're doing okay on time. I guess we have a couple more minutes, eh? Why don't we?
Yeah. You have a few minutes to wrap this up.
Yeah, cool. Let's run this and we'll just see it at work. So down here below my form, let's do redeem money. And what am I doing wrong? I need to wrap this in a fragment. And let's see what we got. Oh, I need to import a bunch of things. Wrong spot. Ooh. So React and use state, use effect. What else did it say I was missing? Balance is not defined. Oh yeah, where did I define that? I must have had another component. Yeah, I do. Copying this over. So balance, simple component, which just shows
yep.
balance. All right, let's see. Cool. You have $0. And here's where the magic happens. If we click redeem, ooh, that updates to 100. That's cool. And what happened? We went, when we clicked redeem, we sent a request to 3001/redeem. That's our server endpoints that is doing that stuff for us. And in the request header, we've got this authorization header. It's got our JSON Web Token using the bearer scheme. Details about that are a bit beyond the scope of this live stream. But yeah, it sends our token, which is verified on the back end. And to kind of prove, so like we can keep redeeming, right?
Yeah, this is my kind of app.
Oh yeah. That's the best kind. And we can prove that this like won't work if we were to like fiddle with the token. So in fact, why don't we do this? Like if we were to, here's the easy way. I'm just going to take out a bunch of the letters of this token, which is going to like mess it up more or less. And it's going to not really be valid anymore. So now when I try to do a redeem, I get this, I get a bunch of errors because my app isn't currently set up to handle these errors properly.
Yeah.
But this is the crux of it. When we go to the /user endpoint, we get an unauthorized response because our token was not valid.
And what bit in the server is actually enforcing that?
So that comes from, I'll show you here. If we take a look at the, there's a couple spots where this might happen, but like if you are going to the /user endpoint, which here, before the request even gets here, it's going to go through this middleware that we've got set up to take the token off of the authorization header and verify it. So essentially what's happened now is because this failed, jwt.verify, we're in this try catch here, right?
Okay.
So because this failed, we're down here in the catch block, and this is the response that we're sending back because the token was no good. Yeah, so common pattern, like if you got your server set up to validate JSON Web Tokens, you'll have some kind of like middleware pretty low down in your stack, which is going to take care of those details. And it's going to be like this arbiter basically that's going to say, okay, if the token is valid, send these requests on to where they should go. Otherwise, just bounce back with invalid. And then yeah, from the React app, it's just a matter of like sending the token from the, so here, what we'll do is we'll get rid of this token. It's just a matter of sending the token from your front end in an authorization header. So for example, new user in, there's a new token. And again, the application isn't set up to be reactive necessarily. I just refreshed, and now we can give TJ some money.
Excellent. Yeah, give me a little bit more. I'm a fan of this app.
There we go. How's this? Let me know when to stop.
That's good. That's just to give you enough to get started with the games throughout the rest of the day.
Yeah.
Well, this has been awesome. Maybe to wrap up, could you what are some places, like if people want to learn more about what you talked today, you want to give us like a link dump? I can drop these in the chat of where people should go to learn more about any of these things, or even just if they have any follow-up questions for you and such later on. Sure. What's the best place to get in touch with you and such? So you can find me on Twitter. I'm at Ryan Chankey on Twitter. Maybe you can link that up. I would send you to prisma.io to check out Prisma database stuff. This is what we talked about at the start. We've actually got a meetup coming up this week. It's on Thursday. So if you're not familiar with Prisma, it might be a good chance for you to get a sense of what it's all about. This is our very first kind of Prisma meetup. We do some other things in the GraphQL world with meetups and such, but this will be our very first one for Prisma specifically. I'd also send you to reactsecurity.io. I've got some free stuff. I've got some paid stuff. This is a course here, my Advanced React Security Patterns course, that goes through lots of stuff with regards to JSON Web Tokens. Talks about cookies and sessions. Talks about third-party auth. If you're familiar with Auth0 and you want to start using Auth0, there's a whole module on that. There's stuff for GraphQL, for Gatsby, for Next. So lots of different stuff here to teach you all about security and auth for your React applications. So that's reactsecurity.io, and you can find your way to the Advanced React Security Patterns course there. Well, awesome, Ryan. I got all those links in the chat. Those are pretty cool. That's ridiculously extensive. So that's pretty awesome stuff. And thanks for joining us. Thanks for the demo. Thanks for giving me some money through your app. I appreciate it.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for having me. It's been a lot of fun. And yeah, have fun at the casino today.
Yeah, maybe next time we'll have you out in Bulgaria too. Hopefully the world's in a better place next year. So
that'd be great.
Well, cool. Well, thanks again. Appreciate you joining us for DevReach.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Well, awesome. Thanks to Ryan. So that was our first demo today. What we're going to be doing is working a little bit on the same app, our casino themed app. We're going to bring in some people on various topics. And I think next to the stage, we can go ahead and bring in our very next guest to stay on schedule here. We have Amal Hussein. Amal, are you here to join us? Hi. You are on mute, but you're going to first thing you have to tell me is if I said your name correctly.
Yeah, Amal. It's all good. It's not an English name, so you can say it in whatever language makes sense.
Whatever
accent. Sorry, it's like pretty early for me here on the East Coast. So I guess I have kind of like a big topic I want to talk about, and like it's like really hard to talk about it in like 25 minutes. So I was hoping like this would be more conversational, and I pulled up a bunch of links and libraries and things that I want to go over and screen share. But it's like I don't think we have enough time to like actually like live code something without me making 100 typos. So yeah.
Yeah, cool. Well, why don't you just start by introducing yourself, who you are, what you do, sort of thing.
Sure. So hi, everyone. My name is Amal Hussein. I am a software engineer based in the Boston area. I guess I've been like writing JavaScript for a while now. Have kind of really gone up and down the stack, really kind of consider myself more generalist than anything, but my love is really front end and always will be. So I'm really excited to be here today. And I work at a really cool company called Indigo. We're in like a really cool company that's changing the world, I think, for the better. And I know every company thinks they're changing the world, but like we really are. We're an agricultural technology company, and we are, really working on just a lot more sustainability with farmers, and we're using technology, machine learning, data science, and more to really like help digitize like the entire like agricultural industry. So it's a pretty cool company. We're hiring. Check us out. So today what I want to talk to you about is like storage, like the age-old like storage problem in question. In particular, like client-side storage, server-side like there's things that you maybe don't want to store in the server, or maybe you want to temporarily store them in some like persistence layer. And then there's some things that really only belong in the client storage. And then there's also offline, and there's a bunch of tools like service workers and IndexedDB. There's so much. So there's a lot to unpack, and that's what I want to unpack today. So
awesome. Yeah, well, nice small topic, right? I think we can authoritatively tackle all storage here in 20-some minutes, right?
All storage in 20 minutes. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, we got this. People walk away totally getting all this.
All right.
Maybe we could start by just like laying the landscape, right? So you have data you want to store. I guess, what are your like extremely high level options?
Yeah. So I would say like, before we even get into that question, I'm going to give you the prerequisite, like framing, which is that, there's different kinds of things that we deal with in the browser, right? So there's network requests and, static assets, right? Whether it's your JavaScript, your HTML, images, etc. And then there's like dynamic user data, right? That we kind of store in these lovely objects that we, call state, and whether that's in a component or in a single store. Either way, there's some kind of dynamic user input that you want to be able to maybe store, or maybe it's some data that came back from the back end, right? And so really you can kind of separate out these two things as like these static-y assets and networky things, and then there's data. And some data comes through the network, and some data is maybe user generated. Does that framing make sense, TJ?
Yeah, yep.
Okay. And so when we're talking about like static caching, static kind of persistence, we have this wonderful primitive in the browser called a service worker. And service workers are amazing because what they did is they kind of supercharged the browser to be able to kind of act as a proxy layer. So they kind of sit between you and the network. And so browser, service worker, network. And what happens is you make a call out to your like you're like, hey, go get some data. Service workers like, not without checking with me first. And the service worker's like, hey, okay, let me check your policy, right? Let me check the rules that you set up for this like file path or for this data source. And if the rules, depending on whether you set it up to always fetch from the network or fetch while it's while the or use the local data while the cache is still valid, right? Whatever your policy is, like your service worker is in between you and your request, and so it kind of acts as like a billy goat, in the browser.
Yeah, so I know, like, typically when I've used service workers before, it's easier for me, at least when it comes to like, caching like JavaScript or CSS or like development related assets. And it gets a lot harder once you get into like actual data, because you have things like, well, how do I know, right? I'm a widget company. I need to get a list of widgets. Well, now I need to make that second call for widgets. How do I know whether I'm supposed to hit the cache or not, or whether there's new data? Is that a concern you run into, like a common problem?
Yeah, it's a huge problem. Like, what is it in computer science? Like naming things and cache invalidation are like the two hardest things. Cache invalidation is like super complicated. Like it's really complicated to manage, and that's why we have awesome tools like Workbox.js, which I'll talk about in just a second. But there's tools to help us kind of mitigate and manage our cache policies, but really it's kind of the tooling ecosystem. There's more than just service workers that you can use to help manage that. For example, IndexedDB is another awesome web primitive. It's not that new. It's service workers are, I think, less support, recently, up until recently, they were less supported. I think once Safari got service workers, I think we were good for modern browsers. But IndexedDB has been around a little bit longer. It's fairly stable. And IndexedDB is kind of like a supercharged local storage. And it's like this awesome API that lets you store lots and lots of data. Not that you should store lots and lots of data, but you can, right? And it lets you have schema versions. It lets you do all kinds of really cool things with how you manage your keys, and whether you want to use timestamps or hash strategy, right? It lets you do all of that fancy kind of cache, like schema management and cache invalidation. It gives you kind of a framework to be able to do that. And so, service worker plus IndexedDB is really the end-to-end story for modern offline support, for not just offline, but really just more, I would say, user applications that are very data sensitive, data conscious, I guess, because you're consciously using less data, because you can kind of really be very selective about what you want to store, what you don't want to store, and you can really kind of make that as lean as possible, so that you're only fetching things from the network when you absolutely have to, and you're only invalidating local cache when you have to. And that's just going to create a much zippier user experience, for your users all around.
Yeah, I'm curious about some of the tools you mentioned too, because at least I could tell you my experience, and I'd be curious too, and Chad, you could chime in with this as well, is service workers and IndexedDB have always struck me as two technologies that are super powerful, right? I totally resonate. Everything what you're saying is yes, I've seen some of these things in action, but they're also, at least to me, some of the worst APIs. I get so confused when I'm in a service worker file. I get so confused when I work with IndexedDB. I feel like it's one of those things that I'm just getting something from the internet, I'm copying and pasting in. If it works, great. I don't think too much about it.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, one, if you feel the same way, and two, if some of these tools you mentioned sort of help with that and put some saner APIs on top of some of these confusing bits.
Yeah. I mean, I'm so glad you asked that, TJ, because you are absolutely right. The IndexedDB API is so painful that most sane people don't use it without a wrapper. Like in the sense that like the de facto is, you know, and it's similar for service workers as well to a large degree, but service workers are, I'd say, more approachable than IndexedDB. But they're still both of them are pretty painful. And can you tell me why they're painful? I know the answer to this, and I'm dying to like hear your best guess at like why they're painful.
So like with service workers specifically, I can say like testing it is awful because like it gets into like caching, right? And you're like, oh crap, did I hit the cache or didn't I? Like, how do I reset this? IndexedDB was more like, I just remember the APIs themselves being sort of nonsensical and sort of hard to follow. It's been a bit of time since I touched it, but that's the image it left on my brain.
Yeah.
Months later.
Right. Well, the reason why is because they're actually designed to be low-level APIs to be used by library authors, and they weren't really designed to be like mass consumption. And guess what else, by the way, it falls into that category of APIs? You know, things like XHR request, right? Like back in the day.
Right, probably even, yeah.
Even, right? But even fetch, by the way. So fetch, our beloved fetch, was designed to be a low-level primitive, and when folks started adopting it like at mass, you know, it took the iStandards community a little bit by surprise, because it really was initially designed to be like a low-level primitive used by, you know, library authors to build powerful tools, you know, that we could use. And IndexedDB is like no exception, in the sense that like the API is pretty painful. It's like not intuitive, and the incredible smart web developer community has come up with really nice APIs that wrap it. So it actually is very similar to the local storage API, like that simple dimple, like,
yeah,
you know, like
everybody loves local storage.
Local storage is easy. Local storage is your friend, but like local storage is like really like not like, you know, it's I don't know, it's like dial-up internet, like in a world of fiber, right? Like it's not really like, it's not designed for like supporting the use cases of modern web applications, right? Maybe some very simple stuff. Obviously, nothing sensitive. You never ever want to store any sensitive data, like in local storage, or in the client in general, right? But you know, local storage is definitely where we've outgrown it at this point. And so, if you're using tools like Redux offline, or you know, other wrappers, which I can actually, can I do a screen share and we can?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, do I just click the button that says share my screen?
Yep,
okay.
And it should work. We'll see what happens.
Okay, it says don't show these tips again. I'm gonna share. Oh, great, I have one screen to share. Can you see my screen?
I do not see your screen yet.
Oh,
We'll work on putting it up.
It says share my. I've shared my entire screen. Oh, I have to follow instructions to. Sorry, I think I have to. Give me like. Sorry for like the tech support issue. I need to like enable. I have to like okay this, because I have like a security thing on this machine. So
good old Mac permissions of like granular permissions.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying, isn't it? Like they always pop up at the worst time too. It's like, really, Mac? You know, I didn't need this right now, right here.
And while we're working on getting this screen shared, I'll just do a shout out to Chad. If you have any questions about things like service workers or IndexedDB, feel free to bring those up in chat and we can talk about them as well.
Yeah, I was actually gonna ask if it was like, you know, if we had any, if folks had any questions about that stuff. So it like we can actually answer them in the call. I think I need to like jump out and jump back in. So I'll BRB.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. So we're here with Amal. She's so go ahead and jump back out. Talking about service workers, IndexedDB and such. So I do another shout out if you have any questions for her to chat about it. Go ahead and bring those in. I think what she ran into is if you're a Mac user, you've probably been annoyed by like the granular permissions of it asking for camera access. And one thing it asks you, Windows users will probably be laughing, but if you want to share your screen with an app, so like Chrome or Firefox or whatever, you need to get permissions. And then when permissions change, you have to restart it. So she should be right back in after restarting that up. Yeah. Fritz says, can we speak about service work and offline application support? We can definitely chat about that. So I think Amal is back. So we'll get her back on here, and hopefully your screen sharing will work this time.
Yeah, hopefully. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay,
yep.
Excellent. All right, so let's see. Did this work?
It did. Yep,
all right.
You're good.
Awesome. Cool. So I was like, I use Pocket. Are you familiar with Pocket, TJ?
No.
Like Pocket is like a really great app. We should link it for like bookmarks. And I went through all my Pocket, like all my favorite links. Well, I was like, oh, since we're going to talk about this topic, and I really wanted to go over this article really quickly. So I think it's just important to note that like the service workers leverages the cache storage API. And so really like cache storage API and IndexedDB are like the two ways you kind of get this, lovely kind of full persistence layer in the client. And then like there, all these other kind of storage mechanisms as well, but really like we like session storage and local storage aren't recommended anymore, like cookies as well. I mean, you should try to limit that. And file system API is something that's available only in Chromium browsers right now behind a flag. It's a Fugu API. And then also Web SQL isn't really, it's something that we've kind of migrated from. So just in case folks were wondering, like, what about all those other APIs? And Workbox.js is the library that I talked about that really helps make, I would say, working with service workers very easy, like to the point where it's like 1 or 2 lines. Can you read this okay?
We have some fans of your widescreen, but I think I do need you to pump the font size a bit.
Okay, awesome.
And I'm getting an echo too.
Oh, you're getting an echo?
Yeah.
I think it's because I probably didn't put on headphones. So let me put on headphones.
Yep.
1 second.
Yeah, and we'll make sure I'll drop in a link to Workbox as well, because this is the first time I'm hearing of it.
Oh yeah, I'll talk to you about Workbox. Workbox is amazing. Can you hear me okay now? Is there like still an echo?
Let's see. Nope, should be good.
Better. Okay, that's good. All right, sorry about that. So let's link this article in the chat. Gotta find. If I send it here, could you share that with folks?
Yeah.
Okay, yep. Great. And Workbox, so I'll share all of these links actually, but let's talk about Workbox. So Workbox was developed at Google, and this is probably one of the few Google libraries that's really managed to stay the test. Like it's survived the Google chaos of like, we're going to make something and not support it in a year, this has been around for a few years, and the team that's working on it is like incredibly like awesome. It's all open source. They're core contributors that are at Google, and there's lots of people that contribute outside of Google. And Workbox has really become like the easy way to just get started with a service worker. You can basically just in one line set up, your caching strategies. So remember when we talked about like, oh, cache is super complicated and like, it's like really hard to like manage like, all of the things. And how do I know, I want to cache my images and my icons, but I don't always want to cache my JavaScript because I have releases every week, like it lets you do that in a very, very easy way. You can very easily manage your JavaScript, CSS, etc., and easily kind of set up your app shell. And the docs are awesome, so highly recommend checking that out. So this takes care of your service worker piece. Now, kind of switching over to the data, like IndexedDB. So we kind of talked about how folks really just don't use like everybody's hates the IndexedDB API. Literally everybody. I'm sorry to say that.
I love the heading there. IndexedDB with usability. That's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, right, basically. And so Jake Archibald was actually really he works at Google. He's actually was really involved with also the service worker spec and the IndexedDB spec. But he created this awesome wrapper around IndexedDB that's a very lightweight version of IndexedDB. And so actually, I'm sorry, this is There's two libraries that he created. This is actually the one I want to talk about first. This is IDB keyval. So if you want something super, super, super lightweight, I mean, this thing is tiny. It's, less than it's, if you're tree shaking, it's probably about 500 bytes because he has some bundles that are just for older browsers. But this is kind of like what I would recommend if you just need something really simple that's not local storage, but like feels like local storage. And,
yes, set and get are nice.
Yes. Beautiful, right? And all promise-based as well, which is really nice. And, you can this kind of creating your store is really kind of a wrapper around like, your database namespacing, right? Because IndexedDB, you have to kind of create a database and you can kind of use this to kind of manage collisions and stuff like that. And so this is the simple version. And then there's a more robust version that like leverages the full API for IndexedDB, not just simple kind of key value stores. So IndexedDB lets you do all kinds of stuff like have transactions, actually create indexes, because believe it or not, you can Chrome will let you store up to 80% of disk space on IndexedDB. Isn't that crazy?
Holy crap.
Yeah. So you can like have like 250 like it's insane.
Are there any sites that actually use like an enormous amount of data through IndexedDB? Because I hear stories of like IndexedDB is supposedly like the thing that lets you store a lot. Can you think of any examples of like people actually storing tons of stuff with it and it working successfully?
Yeah, I would say like shopping websites, right? Like because you can store everything, like images and like all kinds of blobs, right? Like you can anything you can put in bits, you can store. And so shopping websites, there's all kinds of really nice, between service workers and right, like because it's like, hey, cache it, and then where does the cache go, right? Like it lives in your database. And so, yeah, I would say shopping websites are the ones I've seen like heavily utilize this stuff because it makes sense. Like there's only one picture of a couch, and like it's
an interesting idea because it's not normally a layer of caching that I would even think about doing, right? I tend to think about my assets, right? So I cache like the image with HTTP headers or whatever, but I wouldn't think to cache like that JSON blob. Like naive me would always think, well, if the user goes back there, I'll just hit the server, get that data back and do it. But you're right, like that data doesn't necessarily change. So there's really no reason why a lot of that can't just be cached. Why not?
Exactly. Like really, you should really be auditing your app. Like if something is static, cache it, right? And if something is dynamic, really it's typically your code. Even your code, you can chunk it out. So you have, your vendor bundle and your common and your code, and then your route code, right? Like how often are you adding libraries? Like maybe your team is releasing code like once a day or once a week, but you're maybe adding a new library or a new dependency, once a month or once every few months. And so, there's no reason for your user to download React every single time they open your app, right? So like they should just have that cached in the browser. And so, and the really nice thing about service workers and IndexedDB is it's by origin. So that means like, it's not tab specific, right? So like if they're on another tab, like it'll still be cached on that tab versus like, other things that are like tab specific, like local storage or whatever. So
yeah, no, it makes sense. I could see that same shopping use case, right? Like I'm looking at a shopping site, I open like a couple things up in a tab and a bunch of different tabs. There's no reason why not share that.
Exactly. And so, and this is another library I wanted to give a shout out to. Dexies has been pretty popular as well. And Dexies, like all of these are pretty framework agnostic, obviously. But the really nice thing about Dexies, like their docs are awesome and they have all kinds of example code, which really like they've got React Indexy, React Redux Indexy, like all these kind of just ready to go example apps, which is just so great for people, because they actually have real working source code that they can kind of walk through, versus just docs. So I would highly recommend that. Just kind of switching to we're running out of time, but I wanted to talk about the code flow for, how I typically manage this. So So this is a really great book on Redux. It's a little, I would say, a little outdated now because it's not. I mean, Redux Toolkit has really becoming the it has become the de facto. So it's kind of replaced the traditional Redux API. But all of this stuff is still valid. Sorry, I'm just trying to find. Yeah, sorry. So can you see this? Yeah,
you can bump it up a little bit more.
Yeah.
We do have some fans of your monitor though in the chat.
I'm so
How large is this monitor?
How large? I know it is. I think it's like a 34-inch ultra wide.
Okay,
so
that's like close to being a television set, I think.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. I would agree with that. Not as wide, not as tall, but almost as wide. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the way I like to kind of just to kind of summarize the thought here, the way I like to kind of manage like what gets saved for my applications. Redux is still like my kind of preferred state management tool. I've been learning a lot about Xstate recently, and I think I might have a new favorite. But I still am very much learning about Xstate, and I'll link that, and maybe that'll be a good topic to talk about in the future. But basically, I like to kind of think about it as a side effect, right? So essentially, something happens. And Redux has this really nice middleware pattern, right? So where you're able to kind of say, hey, something happened. Okay, what happened? Like, should I do something now, right? And you're able to then, like, based on what happened, you can say, on this specific action for this specific reducer, these are the things I want to persist, right? And like, you can actually be very granular about that. And, and for, it's not just about saving to cache. There's another story, which is like the rehydration, right? Because, once you've saved something in your client cache, you eventually have to read it, right? And, the read story is a separate piece of work. And that's where things like versioning and whatnot come into play as well. Because, let's say your schema changes, right? So like, let's say your state tree looked one way, and then a month later it looks another way. What happens to all those users who, have stuff that's cached? And that's where you need to do some cache invalidation, right? And that's where using schemas and versions would come into play as well. So you have to kind of be a little bit careful there. But yeah, I can't see your face, but I hear you.
Yeah, no, this is awesome stuff. We'll make sure to get a link to this as well. And I was just saying, we're coming up on our time. Are there any other links you want to drop, tools you want to mention? And then finally, if people do have other questions, want to reach out to you, what's the best place to do that?
Yeah, I do. One thing I do want to mention is this pattern of using request idle callback. So I'm not sure how many people are familiar with this, but this is a browser API, and it lets you say, hey, I want to do something, but I don't need to do something right now. It doesn't need to block the main thread. You know what I mean? And it's really kind of, because these things are all happening async anyway, leveraging because these are promise-based APIs, it's still good to try to not take up bandwidth on the main thread, right? And so I did want to say wrapping things in a request idle callback is a great way to, just enhance the performance a little bit for things that are not critical, right? This is a nice to have, and it's a progressive experience. And also, if somebody's on an older browser, you don't need to do any of this, right? They don't need to get the Ferrari experience. So that's the other thing to keep in mind. Another library I want to call up that's really popular is Local Forge, but I think Jake's libraries are lighter weight, and the reason being that they don't support as many older browsers as this one. So that's just something else to keep in mind. But I'll share all of these links, and then the best way to reach me is Twitter. So I'll stop sharing my screen now. But yeah, this is a huge topic. So this is just a drive-by into this.
Well, I like the way of tackling that though too, because I mean, honestly, in 30 minutes, we're not going to get into deep depth on any of these. So I sort of just the scattershot of here are some things out there to investigate. I've certainly learned Local Forge is an awesome name. I had heard of that. So I'm bookmarking these as well.
Yeah, that's awesome. And yeah, Redux Persist and Redux Offline are also great. What's really interesting is all of these libraries are actually different layers of abstraction. With Jake's libraries being super low level, and if you want something with training wheels on, you can use something like Redux Offline, and it's just plug and play.
Yep.
It just does it all for you. You don't need to think about it. It really just depends on how much control you want, and like how much custom ability, like how much custom stuff you want to do, and or just like how much of a nerd you are, like how much not invented here.
Yeah, it depends on your situation. Like sometimes people need to go in depth, and sometimes so
sometimes they don't. Right.
Well, thank you so much.
But always use an open source tool. Always, right? try not to write it on your own. So
yeah. Well, thanks so much for joining us. This is really awesome. I did put your Twitter in the chat, put a bunch of links. So if you want to follow any of that and you're watching along, make sure to grab those, check them out. But thank you so much, Amal. This was awesome.
You're welcome. Thank you so much.
Have a good one.
You too. Bye.
All right. Well, we might as well just keep things rolling. This has been a lot of fun so far. I want to just go ahead and straight away welcome our next guest. So we've got Michael Labriola, which we'll start the tradition if Michael can start by just telling me if I pronounced his last name correctly or not.
It worked really well for me, TJ. We're cool.
All right, we're good enough. Hey, Michael, how are you doing? I like your shirt. I see we.
Oh yeah, I'm rocking it. I put on the lanyard too. Don't forget the fuzzy dice. They're behind me as well.
You are on brand. I didn't have someplace convenient to throw all these up, right?
In case I wanted to play with my playing cards.
You should show those off actually, because those are pretty slick.
They are pretty slick, actually.
Like a little, you could like brag about it a little bit.
Yeah. These playing cards are pretty sweet, actually. I'll pull them out towards the end if we get enough time, and I'll kind of I figured out a way to play with them a little bit. Sound good?
I got a little cliffhanger for us.
Yeah, well, let's see what happens. But yeah, there's cool stuff.
Why don't you tell people just who you are, what you do, that sort of thing. Start us up.
Okay, so Michael Labriola. So TJ did just fine on the name. He should worry less. And so depending on the day, I'm a principal consultant with Digital Primates, but my big role is architecting big JavaScript systems. So I spend a lot of time in architecture, but my background is kind of crazy. I come to this from a few things. Back in college, I did a lot of functional and, in fact, AI sort of ML sort of things before all those names were codified as they are now. And then after that, I went into embedded systems. So I used to do a lot of really low-level microcontroller, microprocessor, and compiler stuff. So a lot of the way I think about these things are informed by the fact that I did compilers and low-level stuff and kind of how it all comes together.
Yeah, and I know you want to get into functional JavaScript today, which is, as you know, a favorite topic of mine.
That's why I wanted to do it so badly.
And I know you have a lot you want to show off. You're going to be building something cool. So I kind of want to jump straight into that. I'll just ask you like one question to sort of lead into this. Maybe you could just explain for people just functional in general, like what it is at a very high level, why you should care about it, be interested in it. And then maybe from there, we can just dive in and see it in action.
All right. So I'm going to give just a couple points. If not everybody learns the same way, so clarify that to begin with. But if anybody is interested, there's an older talk from Martin Odersky, the guy who created Scala, called "Working Hard to Keep It Simple." You can find it on YouTube. It's a really good talk if you want to get the basics of why this is important. Gist of it in general, not just JavaScript for functional programming, is that we've come to a point in time where we can just keep cramming the same bits in the processor less effectively. So we have multiple cores. The problem is traditional code and the way it's written doesn't work very well across multiple cores because it's hard to break things up when you have big chunks of memory. Functional is more about immutable. And so I'm just going to say there's a ton we could talk about functional, right? But its core premise is that we generally don't mutate things. We return new copies. And while some people think that's wasteful, at the end of the day, it means that we can easily move things around because they're copies. And it might turn out, depending on how you do the analysis, that it's actually cheaper to do real memory copies than to do all the work on coordinating to make sure nobody tries to talk to the same thing at the same time.
Yeah, I think for me, like, I get that it's like more performant at the end of the day, or that it's better for like a multi-core architecture. It's just the part, like, my brain, since I didn't learn with functional, and maybe that was the problem, like every time I do functional, I have to like do a conversion step in my head. It's almost like I'm working like in assembly or something. It's like, okay, this is how I would normally write it, but instead I'm doing it this way, sort of thing. So I think it's just maybe something
eventually
I just
it goes the other way.
Yeah.
Eventually you're like, damn it, I got to write this the other way.
Exactly. So maybe we could just see some of this, because I know you wanted to show some stuff off today.
All right.
see what this looks like in action.
All right, so I tried to make sure while Amal was on that, I actually went through the screen sharing thing to make this a little easier for everybody. So we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, it looks like it's working.
All right, cool. So also we're continuing the tradition of the widescreen screen. So stick with me.
I need to, another thing I should have been taking tabs on. I should have, since we're going with a casino theme, I should have went with like, we could have taken bets on how many speakers would use like VS Code, how many are on Mac, how many. I think you might be our only Windows user today.
Yeah, I'm not.
We're 3 for 3 on VS Code.
Yeah, I'm not. Actually, it's funny. I don't actually care very much what platform I'm on. I'm pretty much go back and forth, but my PC is this tiny little XPS 13 that's really easy to travel with, and it's fast. So that's why I'm on that one at the moment. But I used to have a Mac. I don't really care that much. All right, let's talk about this.
Let's do it.
We're going to talk about a reducer pattern, and specifically because we were going to get into use reducer with Redux. But I think that it makes sense, since we have talked a little bit about functional stuff, to maybe just kick off with a little bit about what in the world that means. Because unfortunately, people jump into trying to use reducer, but they don't maybe the mental model's not there. So if you don't mind indulging me, I thought maybe we just look at the functional mental model first and then kind of build it up to code. Is that cool?
Let's do it.
All right, cool. So we're going to start with really simple functions and functional stuff, and we're just going to make a couple functions. We're going to call one add. And these are examples you're going to see everywhere, but I think it's great in this context just to keep in mind. So the first thing we're going to do with our add function is we're going to take a what, or we'll call it how much, doesn't really matter. Add how much, and we're going to add something to an existing total. Now, this is what's really happening, right? If you add 2 plus 3 plus 5 in your head, or on paper, what people really do, or what's really happening, especially as numbers get bigger, is you add 2 plus 3, right? And then you get the total of 2 plus 3 and you add 5 to it. So this is what the sum is, a traditional reducer, which means that what we're going to do is that we do two things. We get a new value. Then with that new value, we do the next thing with it, right? Yep. So we keep going down. So in this case, I just did add, and we'll do subtract at the same time here, as long as we're at it. All right.
And since you are on the ultra widescreen, could you bump your font size up
maybe
1 or 2 notches? Okay, that's actually perfect right there. Yep.
Okay, cool. If you want me to go higher, just let me know. All right. It's always hard to judge. Like, it looks ridiculously big for me, but by the time it samples down and everything else for right now, I think it's probably on my side about a 40-point font right now. So that keeps it kind of fun. All right, cool. So, so these add functions and subtract functions, the idea behind this is that we could do something like add 1, right? And we could do add 2, and we could do subtract 3. Okay, that's probably not crazy, but keep in mind when we do this, these things don't do anything by themselves because we're calling add and we're passing it this first function or this first number. But until we invoke add with some other number, it's not actually going to do this part, right? So this function has 2 levels of arity. First, it's going to be something that's going to take how much, and it's going to return a function. And you can think about it this way: that's waiting for a total, and then it's going to add how much to that total. So in our little case down here, I'm just going to throw these in an array for right now. And we'll just do foo. All right, so now we have a bunch of functions in an array. We have a function that knows how to add 1, a function that knows how to add 2, and a function that knows how to subtract 3. And this is where reducers come in, okay? And this is really the core of what's happening inside of the use reducer, inside of Redux, inside of React, anywhere else, is that a reducer is something that takes a total, and in this case, it takes something it's going to apply. Well, each of these things is a math function. So we're just going to call it math function for now.
And to be clear, this is the reduce that's built into the JavaScript array, correct?
Yeah, and most languages have something like this on either an array prototype or something that works on an array. So yeah, but this particular one that we're running right now is just the one on the array prototype, right?
Okay.
All right, cool. So all this is really going to do is it's going to say, you know what I want you to do is I want you to run my math function on the total. And I want to show you this to begin with. So let's walk through what this would actually do. And then we can actually obviously run it. But we're going to start with 0, and that's what's called a seed value or initial value. And the very first thing we're going to do is we're going to have a function which adds 1 to it. So we get into this thing, the total is going to start off as 0. The math function is going to know how to add 1. 0 is going to become 1. Then when we get into this next loop, the total is now 1. And when we get to add 2, it's going to make this 3. Then we get in the next loop, and the total is going to be 3, and we're going to subtract 3, and we're going to end up with 0. Okay, so the gist of it is when we're doing reduces, And this is the best way to think about it, is that, or at least the way I think about it, I guess it's not the best, but it is the idea of iteratively, okay, it's a form of iteration, applying something to an existing total or accumulator and then getting a new result. So in the case of when we get to React in a moment, we might have a state, or we might have the state of our application. And each time we do something to it, we're going to slowly modify that state, just like add 1 changes the number, and add 2 changes the number, and subtract 3 changes the number. And what we're going to do is every time that state changes, we're going to re-render the application, or we're going to re-render the view, at least. That's using the use reducer. So in our case, these are all synchronous, right? Add 1 ran right first, and add 2 ran right after, and add 3. But you can think about it from the React side as though add 1 is going to happen, thanks VS Code. And then after add 1 happens, sometime happens until the user does something, and then add 2 happens, and then sometime happens, and then there's more things after it. So it's asynchronous, but the concept's the same. We're always going to work with the last state we had and then change it or apply something to it to create the new state. Does that make some sense?
It does. The only part in my head that I still struggle with is like, okay, like to me, this is more complicated than as I would write it anyways, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's the part that gets in my head. But at a high level, I can understand at least what you're going for here.
Yeah, you know what? Just like anything else, the simple example, no matter how you write, it's always simple. And any architecture is too much, right? But if you can imagine that in this scenario, really what we've done, instead of having some big switch statement here that says, if I'm supposed to add something, do this. If I'm supposed to add something here, do this. If I'm supposed to track something.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
We close it all in then, right? This distributes out to the rest of the world saying, you know what? Give me a function and I'm going to apply it. And I don't need to know what those functions are right now. Somebody can figure them out later. Somebody can add things to this later. And I'm just going to go ahead and run with whatever it is that you tell me to do, and I don't need to know about it. So it makes things really flexible if you do it right, but totally agree. If you had to add 3 numbers and you wrote this, you're an idiot because you've wasted a lot of time. All right. One last thing to remember is that we started here with 0, but we could have started with 50, right? So remember, all of these this is saying what the initial value of total is, which is also called our initial state. Same thing inside of the use reducer. When we get to it in React, it's always going to ask us to either give it or tell it how to figure out what the initial state is so that it can figure out where to go from there. Okay?
Okay. Yep. Makes sense.
All right. So we're going to do something. And here's the thing. I'm going to do maybe something that is even a little wacky right now, because I'm just going to, for the purposes of the demo and the amount of time we have, we're just literally going to kind of throw functions at this reducer and do things. But I think it'll be cool to provide a level of abstraction or something that is maybe something people haven't seen as much, and it'll just be kind of fun. Not everyone does it this way, and I'm not even saying you should do it this way. I'm saying it's kind of fun. Fair?
Yeah, let's do it. We're here for fun.
Cool. So right now, if you look at my crazy little app, and we're not going to spend any time on the UI, okay? Let me launch this off real quick. So if we do this at the moment and we launch the app, we get this little blackjack screen, and our blackjack screen is showing a couple cards. And the reason it's showing a couple cards is that right now there's just a couple cards hard-coded. Okay?
Okay.
That's boring. Obviously, it's not going to do a whole lot. So instead, what we want to do is that instead of hard-coding these things, what we would like to do is we would like to move these into a reducer. Okay? And we're going to do this with the use reducer call from Redux. So I'm going to do this real quick. And the deal with use reducer is that first it takes a reducer, and a reducer is just a function that follows the following signature. It, just like our total, right, was a moment ago, we had total and math function. In this case, it is going to be the state, and then it's going to be an action, okay? And we're going to decide what action is in the moment, but action is kind of anything you want it to be sort of thing. There's lots of ways to treat it. The other way that you can think about this is this takes the current state, and its job in life is to return the new state, meaning that I get where the application is, somebody does an action, maybe that changes something, maybe it doesn't. But my job of my reducer is always return what the application state should be when it's done. However it figures it out, we don't know and we don't care, and the UI doesn't need to know or care. But that's what our contract is. We promise that we take the state, we return a new state. Cool?
And action is a string. It'll be like Name of the
Action
event
can be anything. So a lot of people actually do make it an object and they put a type and some value in it. Some people put functions in it. It can kind of be anything. We're actually going to throw a function in it today just because it's a quick, straightforward one. The common one, if for people who are on here that might use Redux, is that most Redux actions would look like something along the lines of type and then maybe some string, right? And then they might have a value, which is some payload. But they don't have to be. There's no constraint on it. They're just something, okay? They can be whatever you want them to be. So in our case, we're going to go ahead and make this game reducer. And our game reducer is going to be a really simple reducer, which is kind of a little crazy. But what we're going to do is we're going to follow that same signature. And we're going to say it takes a state 0, and it's going to take some sort of action, okay? And then its job in the world is to do return state 1. Now, I'm going to do it just the same way as we did the one a moment ago, which is that instead of an action, I'm actually going to give these things functions, okay? And we're going to apply them. So we're going to call this thing a reducer function for right now. And so we're always going to take state 0, and we're going to say, you know what? Go ahead and take whatever function I gave you and apply it to state 0, and that's what state 1 means. Okay, so same thing as when I did my add function to the total.
Okay.
We're just basically doing a reducer to the existing state, okay?
Yep.
So it's going to get a function. All right, so we should give this thing some initial values real quick. Identity is a common function, which basically means do nothing. So our default, if you don't give us a reducer, or if you for some reason give us an undefined one, is we're just going to do nothing. All right, that seems like a reasonable default if you don't tell us what to do. And then I wrote some functions just to make this a little easier. So we're going to call this toInitialState. And so what that's going to do is that's going to build 4 quick decks that we can use if somebody at the beginning of the state. Okay.
Sounds good.
All right, cool. So what we'll do is we'll go over into our land here, and we'll go down to our game reducer. And what we're going to actually do is integrate that now. So game reducer's here. What the signature for Redux means. First thing it asks for is what the name of a reducer is, or the function that you want to use for reducing. And that's the one that has to take the signature. These other 2 arguments are different. This can take an initial state, okay? So if you notice, it'll say S0 in there. So whatever state we want it to be.
Yeah.
Or if you don't give it a state, you can also give it a function that understands how to initialize it and create the state. So in my case, and there's good and bad reasons to use this, which we won't have time to get into, but all I'm doing is saying, you know what, if you call game reducer right now, since I put the default in there, it's going to give you back the initial state. Don't worry about it. That's what you use as your initial state. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So if we do that as a starting point and we get it up and running, we would be ready to go to be able to get something. And in theory, at least, if I bring these back and say, we'll get out of here. All right. So this should make it much more boring, which is that when we launch this off now, we should end up in a scenario where we have no cards, but that's ideal because we didn't do anything to get them yet. All right.
Sounds good.
Cool. So let's quickly get the ability to deal. That seems like a good place. So we're going to make a deal reducer function. Now, this is just going to be a function. And while I wrote the stub for it here, we're going to actually have to fill in the details. This is going to be a function which takes state 0, and its job in life is return state 1, just like the other ones, okay? So what I'm going to do here is when somebody clicks, oh, I should have mentioned this, sorry. Use reducer is always going to return 2 things to you, the current state of the system and a function called dispatch. And dispatch is the function that you can use to provide new actions to the reducer. Okay, so this is how we get new actions in. So in this case, dispatch, when somebody clicks the onClick, I'm just going to send it a function. This is a little weird in the sense that most people do a different level of abstraction, but I think this is kind of fun given our topic. So we're going to throw over this function to it, and we're basically going to say, you know what, send in a deal reducer function. So to walk through that, that means game reducer is going to get the deal reducer function. It's going to apply the deal reducer to the existing state, and it's going to return some new state. Seem fair?
Yep.
All right. That probably means we should learn how to deal cards, though, because otherwise we're not going to get very far. So let's write something that does that really quickly. So what we're going to do in our state is we're going to store a deck, and we're doing that already because I set up that little initial state that we can go through, but we'll worry about that later. So we can do that because my initial state function over here basically created a deck. Okay. So we're going to go in our deal reducer and we're going to get the deck. And if we think about what something that would deal something would be, well, its job would be to take some cards from a deck. right? So in blackjack, you deal a card to the player, then you deal to the dealer, then you deal another one to the player. So I might do this differently if we had more time, but we don't. So this is how we're doing it. So so what we're going to do is make a player hand, and the player hand is going to be the first card, followed by not the second because I would have gone to the dealer, but the third card. Okay.
Oh yeah.
And then we'll do.
Got to keep things legit with the.
There's a lot of rules in this here, and while we may not implement them all, the ones I do implement are legit. All right, so dealing is just basically going to say, you know what? Everything that was already in state, keep it. So that's what this is doing. Just spread state, keep it around. But what I want to do now is I want to update, and I want to say the player hand is now card 1 and card 3, and the dealer hand is now card 2 and card 4. And then what's the deck? Well, I've taken some things off the deck. So it's what cards are left in the deck. It's the remainder, right? And then for right now, we're going to put a status in here. And our status is a little bit of a cheat, but I'm okay with that. And our status is just going to say playing so that we have some way to update the UI and what state we're in.
Yeah.
Fair? All right. So now if we come back over here.
What I kind of like about this too is it keeps state like all in one area versus like managing separate pieces separately and trying to keep those in sync, and that gets messy.
So we deal. We got 4 cards. Everything's out there. That's cool. But right now our hit and buttons, they don't do a whole lot. So what we're going to do instead is we probably should implement some of those. So let's do it real fast because we can do this. I told you we can write this whole thing, TJ. I told you we can.
You got this.
All right, so let's think about what it means to, and this is one of the things I like about functional, by the way, is I get to think about what it means to do something. So what does it mean to hit something in this case? It means to take a card off of the deck and potentially update the user's, or to update the user's deck with it or hand with it, right? So what we're going to do here is that we're going to say, you know what, let's get another card, and we still have our remainder, and we'll get it off of our deck. And then we got to make a new player hand. And what's our new player hand going to be? Well, our new player hand is nothing but what the player hands was with the new card. Okay, so new player hand. And in this case, we're going to check what the player's total is because they could have just screwed up, right? We could have just busted. So this total up is a function, and we'll get into this later. It's a little complex just because of the fact that, you know, aces have 2 potential values. So you have to do a little bit of math to figure that out, but that doesn't matter. What we're going to do here for right now is we're going to say return the existing state. And we're going to say that we want to then update the player hands. And what's the player hand? Well, it's new player hand, right? So
yeah, I also like this is fairly side effect free. You're just basically determining the total, but you don't care. Like there's no rules associated with it, or at least you don't enforce any of it. You're just saying this is the total, figure it out.
Yeah, the only thing we're going to do is for the UI's benefit, we're going to say like that max sum, which currently is set to 21.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So this is purely for the UI though, right? And if that is the case, then if the max sum is over 21, go ahead and figure out the final status for the player. Otherwise, just keep going. Because remember, hitting just keeps going. It's not like it really ends anything, right? So basically, only in the case that they went over 21 is it going to matter. All right. So if I did that right, and I typed that all right, then when they do hit, we'll actually import this. We'll go ahead and get the warning and import this ahead of time. All right. So let's see how we did.
Yeah, and just as a quick time check, we got about 4 or 5 minutes left. But I think that should be
awesome.
We should be good.
We're there. All right, so I'm excellent at busting, and I'm only getting really high cards, but that's okay.
There you go.
But there you go. So that part's working. All right, let's get the last one in because we got 4 or 5 minutes. We can totally do this. All right, so let's stand, right? So it's the same thing. And by the way, as you noted, and I think the cool part here is that although this is maybe a little unorthodox in some ways, we're keeping all of the state in individual pieces and kind of the operations, and we're not defining what the operations are. So this means if we wanted to come back later and somebody desperately wanted to evolve my app and add things like splitting and everything else into it, we've not constrained what they can do. They could do that by just potentially writing new reducers and other sorts of things. All right, so standing. Standing actually does some cool things, right? First thing is that we need to know what the dealer's total is because when the player stands, the dealer could have already won, right? Like if the player stands down, the dealer may already be there. So fine, we'll figure out what the total is. And then we'll say, well, I'll tell you what, if the dealer total is less than what I'm going to call the stand threshold, here's the deal. In 21, and especially in Vegas, there's a certain point in time where the dealers don't bet over, and it's usually around 17. So at that point in time, what they're going to do is they're just going to stand down. But if they're below that total, then they're going to draw a new card, and this should look real familiar, right? So we draw another card from a deck, and what do? Well, we have a new dealer hand. That's not how you spell dealer hand, and that will be the existing dealer's hand. Yep, keep going, Mike. There you go. Dealer hand and card. Cool. And then what do we do? Well, in our case, we're going to go ahead and do something recursive now, because if I get a chance to get some recursion in at like 8 in the morning, we should. So what are we going to do? Well, since we just drew a new card, we're going to go back and reevaluate this and try to get a new to figure out where we're at.
Yeah, so we might need to take multiple cards, right?
Yeah, exactly. So what we're going to do is we're going to do our new dealer hand, and we're going to send in the remainder of our deck, because each time, remember, that we play with the deck, we're in effect changing it so that, you know, there's less cards, right?
Yep.
All right. And then the last thing we need to do here is that once all that recursion resolves itself, so we're all done, we return S0, and we're going to return a status. And then we're going to use that function I did before, which is called toFinalStatus. And it just basically takes the total of the player hand, and it needs to know the dealer total, which we could do the total of again, but since I already calculated it here, we're just using it, and that'll let us know who won the game. So if we did that right, and we come over here, we should be able to dispatch that here and go off and run. And the basics of this thing, we should be able to deal. All right, I should be able to hit. Oh, I busted. Deal again. Hit, and I busted again.
You gotta stand. Oh,
I'm gonna stand. Oh, player one, deal. I could just go ahead and stand again. Dealer wins, so on and so forth. So it's primitive, right? But it's a really basic piece, and it's really 3 reducers. It's just the actions that we're sending in are: do we want to deal? Do we want to hit? Or do we want to stand? And each one of them is atomic, completely without side effects. And when we want to add split, when we want to add other things, it would just be adding these sorts of functions in, each one which does one thing and is debuggable, and doesn't have any side effects outside of this return statement. So there's never a chance I can accidentally write something here that affects something else.
Yeah, and I think that's what I like about this, because thinking of like how I would naively write a blackjack game, I would have like start off with like 12 use state functions, right? Like, or calls, and I'd have a state of the deck. But then you get into this mess where like one thing affects the other, right? Because you have to then, well, now I need to change the deck, and now I need to update these scores. And at a certain point that gets unwieldy. So I like the appeal of these things all just get the full state in, and then they just return whatever they need to do to operate on them.
Yeah, it's just the new state.
It's kind of elegant. I think this example is actually easier to see this than like adding numbers and such too, because it feels like, oh, this is actually
useful. Fair enough.
Well, very cool. This was a lot of fun. Are there like any other last things you want to wrap up with? Any last points to make? Any links people should know, where they should follow you? All of these good things.
You can follow me on Twitter. I'm Labriola, or hang out, and we blog a lot on the Digital Primate site. There's a lot of content coming out of there, especially around React, Svelte, and some other things. But I would say this: it doesn't matter. Like, functional programming is one way to solve a problem. Imperative programming is another. There are the right tools to use at the right moment. So I don't like the idea of saying one is superior in all cases to the other. Go learn stuff. Go read about functional programming. Go read about functional JavaScript. And maybe something sounds like the right approach to you. Use it. And then over time, you might find that you're better at implementing one or another. And there may be really good reasons to do one or another. But you got to kind of go learn. The worst thing you can do is stick in one lane and not learn as a developer, right?
Is there like a certain like different language or different thing that you'd recommend like experimenting with if people really did want to like really take the plunge, right?
Well, if you really want to go take the plunge, go play with Haskell, or if you're more on the Java side, go play with Java, things like that, because they force you. Like, JavaScript's a little bit of a sloppy, not complete version of functional, but you can do a lot with it. If you really want to understand what they mean, you go into those languages and go play with them. But to be honest, that is not only like deep end of the pool, that's kind of deep into the ocean. So you may want to just be like, you know what, let me do a little functional JavaScript first and see how it goes.
Well, very cool. Well, thank you so much. This is a lot of fun. It was very cool to see some blackjack being built. So thanks for joining us.
All right. Cheers, TJ. Have a great day.
Cool. Yeah, we got some good thank yous in the chat. It's lost algorithm or Steer Slade, just go C++. Yeah, you can really go down the deep end. Well, thanks. That was really awesome to see blackjack and some functional JavaScript. So that was a lot of fun. I want to keep the ball rolling, whatever metaphor I'm stretching for here. So I want to welcome our next speaker, our next guest onto the stage. We have Cher Scarlett joining us today. I think we might just have lost her camera, but Cher will be joining us here in a second. I know she has some fun things that she wants to build. So we'll see if we can get her back in, because I think we just lost her off the stream. But I know she's going to be doing some fun things with some light mode and dark mode in our application. We'll see if we can get her back on the screen. I think what might have happened is the same thing that happened to Amal when you go to screen share. It like sort of forces the app to close. It's something we've had a few times. So let's just give her a second to go back in. Does anybody have any comments or questions at this point? Oh, actually, I think we have Cher back. So we can just go ahead and add her back in. I'm guessing it was the permissions thing again.
Yeah,
hey, Cher.
Hi. I had never, I guess I had never done screen share on Chrome before.
Yeah, I've hit this a few times too. And then it like, because the permissions change on the Mac, it like restarts it. So no worries though.
Oh, that's exactly what happened. I was like, well, I guess I should have tested that beforehand, but that's how we do out here in the wild world.
How are you? You've got an amazing background, by the way, and Chad is a fan of your background as well.
Oh, thank you. Oh, you can't even see one of my shelves.
It's very fun. It's very artsy.
A globe here, so it's like "Hello World," and then I've got a rubber duck. It's not rubber, it's metal. But yeah, try to get some on my stuff. These are all like books related to tech, mostly diversity and tech, as you might expect if you follow me on Twitter.
Well, why don't you start by introducing yourself, telling people who you are, what you do, that sort of thing.
Okay, so I'm Cher. Hello. You can find me on Twitter at ShareTheDev, and I am a principal software engineer at Apple. I work in legal and security, so I cannot talk about anything that I do.
That's like doubling down Apple and legal and security. That's like, you might as well be working for the like Department of Defense or something.
There's like a lot of people that I work with that used to, you know, they're like, like, I don't know, they like, you know, crazy stuff and tell crazy stories. It's all wild. So yeah, I've been a software engineer professionally for 15 years. I taught myself how to code when I was in middle school. And of course the trash guy is late and he's picking up the trash right now. So if you hear a truck, that is why, but that's life in COVID, I guess. So yeah, I've worked for Blizzard Entertainment, been really into video games for like most of my life. It was like a good escape. And I worked for USA Today. That was like my first big dev job. And I feel like, Starbucks. I worked for Starbucks, which that pineapple is from Starbucks.
Very cool. I also wanted to tell you your website is incredible as well.
Thank you.
And actually, I'm curious, do you have like a design background as well? Like between your site and like your background, like I'm very jealous because like my brain is very developer oriented, right? And I think that way. So anytime there's design things, I feel like I just sort of shut down. So I'm always jealous of people that seem to like have a real talent for that sort of thing, in addition to writing code.
So what's interesting is that I think that the thing that makes me good at my job as a programmer is the same thing that makes me good at design and cooking is because like I just have a really I don't know if it's like a strong pattern recognition. So I'm able to easily like see what isn't there, basically, that would be aesthetically or, you know, taste like pleasing, because I can like see all of the parts in like the bigger picture, if that makes sort of sense. But I don't like saying I'm good at it. I just like, I kind of do what feels right to me, and that seems to be what other people think looks good too.
It's very cool. I really just appreciate it. It's such a unique look and feel to it. So very, very cool. So I know you want to show some stuff off today. So I know I have some other questions, but maybe we could just start by just jumping into some coding and then take things from there, if that sounds good to you.
Sure. So I sort of had this idea that like it would be cool to make like a theme switcher and also something that like is done in intervals. So I kind of had this idea to do a clock and then the kind of theme changes. So this is going to use, oops. Oh, there we go. I'm in the right place. I have my mouse on the wrong side, so.
Oh, you're good. And actually, I asked the same. Could you bump up your size like several notches? Like even one or two bigger if it doesn't disturb you too much.
Yeah, sure. Is that good?
That should be good. Yep.
Also, I from doing stuff like this in the past, I have learned that everybody hates my color scheme because I prefer like less colors, like more like monochrome. People are like, this is impossible to read.
Yeah.
What's wrthem with my eyes?
There should be enough contrast there. I think I'm like the last.
I'm using the default theme.
Oh, you switched. I see.
I have
That's
the
funny.
dual-tone blue turned off.
Ah, okay.
All right, so I obviously like I pre-made some things here. Gosh, this mouse thing being backwards, I really wish that I would have fixed. Okay.
Yeah, I was joking too that like I should have taken bets on if we'd have consistent VS Code usage throughout the day. I think everybody's been on VS Code. Most people, Michael was on Windows, but a lot of Mac users as well.
Yeah, I used to code on a PC like when I first started, mainly because it was like my family's computer.
Yeah.
But also because I couldn't afford to get a Mac, and for my job, like I had to bring, you know, what I had. And then my first job, they actually had PC towers too, because it was a real estate shop, not a dev shop, but they had their own like dev team. Cause it was like luxury, you know, real estate. Like, so the literally luxury real estate company was the name of the company. So yeah. So, yeah, on a Mac for many, many years now, thankfully. So for this, because we're going to be doing a theme switcher, we should do that first because it kind of wraps the whole thing. So hooks in React have made this like super, super easy. And the reason that context is so useful is because you sort of like in the React world, you have like prop down, right? And then if you have something changing somewhere else, you want to send it, you know, back up. Like that's the way that it's supposed to work. Well, sometimes that can get like really, really messy, especially if you have like theming or any other kind of like global variables or whatever, what have you, or, you know, functions that you might want or need access to. So we are going to make a context, and we're going to do that here in theme context. So we are going to import React. Because you need to do that, you know?
Yep.
And we're going to have a default theme here, which with these, you can get like pretty crazy in terms of like, you can actually like drill down into, let's say that you have, you know, a couple of different themes that, you know, have really complex like theme colors. So like if you have branding that's like, you know, you have a light and a dark brand, and you have all of these like primary and secondary and tertiary and like all of these other colors, you can put all of that in your default theme, which is really, really cool, but I'm not going to do that. So I'm just going to make a party mode.
I love the emoji as a object key. That's fantastic.
Yeah. You know, it's fun. We're having fun. That's what we're here to do. I can't make that. I can't do that at work. What is this? I'll be like, I really just wanted to do it. So I am also going to add a function here. And this is obviously, you know, a no operation function. It's not doing anything, but it is setting up that there is going to be a function so that we can actually call the theme and change between the two themes without having to pass data back and forth up and down the components.
Okay.
And so I am going to make a theme context here. And to do that, I'm going to just use React's create context, which, you know, does a bunch of magic for us in terms of that it's going to create the context with a provider for us, and we can just export the theme context, and that's all we need to do. And so this React is cool because it'll set up both the hook, which is going to be use context, and then also the context provider, which I will show you here now. But all of that stuff, it sets all of that up for us when we create the context.
Very cool.
Oh my gosh, this mouse being on the wrong side is, you know, lessons learned. Lessons learned. Next time, make the mouse correct when you're switching between your monitors.
I've also had, I've got a Bluetooth mouse here, and I've got my backup mouse over here because like this Bluetooth mouse runs out of battery. Like it's like clockwork, right? I get on some sort of a stream or a call or something, and the mouse picks that moment to go. It's funny. It's uncanny.
I used to like, I used to have the PC and my Mac like next to each other, which I still do, but I don't have I have one mouse and one keyboard now that I just switch back and forth between which I'm connected to. But I used to have like two setups, and I would always be like using the wrong keyboard or the wrong mouse, and I would get so mad. So we're just going to import this here, and we are going to wrap everything in the provider for the theme context. So what that does is it creates that that magic that we're not seeing of everything that is underneath this theme context provider can now be a consumer of this theme context. If you can't, if this was like inside of this div and I tried to, and let's say this div was some React component and it was surrounding this, I would not have access to the theme in that wrapping component. It has to be everything that it can be a consumer of that theme has to be within the theme context provider, just like any other React component, because it's always going down. So the one required value here is, or prop rather, is value. And so I'm going to pass in the default. So we have our, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh.
Yeah, I don't know what VS Code decided to do there. That was kind of bonkers.
I think that was a user error. Is my. So we're going to just paste this in because obviously I already wrote this before. And now, so this is just a function toggle, which we have to write. And then I just passed in that party mode is the theme party mode. So the next thing we're going to need is a state. And we need this in order to be able to switch back and forth between the two themes. So the theme context will hold this state that we're writing. And you can do this in the theme context file, but I'm just doing it here to minimize switching between files. So let's write a function. We called it toggle, so we'll say toggle. We don't need to pass it anything because we're just switching between two easy things. But of course, you know, you could pass in some sort of prop, you know, like the name of your theme there. So we're going to say that our const party is the inverse. I'm going to regret using this.
You got to double down on it though. If you're going to go with the emoji, you got to commit to it, I feel like.
Right. So we're going to make this, and if you'll notice, we are missing. So we are going to use React state. And
line 10, I think you had a weird autocomplete because I don't think SVG text path element is what you're going for there. I don't know why VS Code, I feel like, pulls some of these obscure APIs, and like I don't know who is like, yes, I really want SVG theme path element or whatever the case was. Like it should be a little like have a little AI built in and go like, you probably don't want that bizarre.
And this is why you should always just. It's hard because I feel like, I don't know if this is anybody else, but like my default for writing code is writing it backwards. Could have invented test-driven development, I guess.
Yeah.
But that's the way that I do it. So a lot of times these autocorrects, like they really screw with me because the IDE expects you to, want
to like very directionally, right?
Yeah. Wrote, and I never remember to hit, escape. I don't want that. So, React's use state will always return an array of 2 items, and the first one is going to be the state, and the second one is going to be a function that sets the state for you. And so you can kind of write this in whatever, I just did this one small object. You could just have, one variable, you could have something very complex. But if you do get really complex, it's better to do like in the last demo to use the reducer, because it can get really complex to read if it's all, in this one like use state and you're trying to switch between these different things. So this is good for this particular purpose because all we're doing is changing whether or not we're in party mode. So yeah, so this is actually all we need here right now. But let's add a class name that we're going to switch between, because I already did the CSS, of course. So
this will be the theme that triggers the party, more or less.
Yes. So this will turn the party on, as it were. And so we're going to put in a little ternary statement here. And we're going to say if party mode is on, we're in party mode. But if it's not, we're in business mode. So that's when the blah.
That's awesome.
All right. So next we need to write something that is going to actually access and toggle that theme. So obviously, I kind of set up some scaffolding here. What are your feelings about semicolons?
I still use them just because I feel like that's the way I learned, and it like got pressed into my brain that like that's the way you're supposed to write code in JavaScript. And I can't like, it feels like it's like a sin if I'm omitting them. I don't know, where are you at?
So it's funny is because I guess I don't really care.
Yeah.
And so I just imported the theme context. So I'm going to do I'm going to use the React hook to pull that context in. So every job that I've been at has switched back and forth between the school of thought of using semicolons and not using semicolons. And that even includes like contract jobs that I've had. So I've had to constantly like switch back and forth between using semicolons and not using semicolons. And so right now I'm trying actively to use them because I do use them on the team I'm on Apple at Apple. And I'm just like, oh my gosh.
My only thing is like just consistency, because I think a lot of developers like have some level of OCD, right? So I just want everything to look the same. So if you're going to use single quotes, stick to it, double quotes, stick to it, semicolons or not. I don't feel like I prefer semicolons, but if people aren't using them, I'm going to be able to sleep at night. But if you're using semicolons in some places and not in others, that's enough to totally, I'll go on tilt, right?
Yeah. So I'm just going to add in some boilerplate class names because we're using that same, you know, just kind of easy peasy ternery. I'm just going to add that there.
Yeah, I sort of like the inline, like the template syntax in there too. That's sort of slick.
So again, the use context hook is pretty cool because you don't have to write some. I found context to be really hard to teach to other people in React before hooks because there's a lot of kind of boilerplate you have to set up and you have to explain a lot of concepts that you don't have to do when the provider is kind of, you know, magically implied, you know. So I just have access here to this theme context without having to, you know, pass it down through, you know, these providers and, you know, I can't even remember what the term is because I'm like so over it. I'm like, oh, trying to explain this to people was like impossible.
Yeah, just leave it. Well, it got into the, like, you had to know how many levels down you were, and it got really strange, but just being able to magically import it, I like it. This is slick.
And anything that's in between, you know, let's say that you have a bunch of components that don't care about the theme because they don't change based on it, but you have one that's like super, super deep that has to change. Well, now all of these other components don't need to, you know, be smart and aware of the theme. Only this like super drilled down component needs to be aware of the theme. So that is really cool. One thing I want to mention that is like super, super important is that if you are using emojis in your code, you need to treat them as images because what is read is pretty awful. So I do have some important tags that I have added here that I will show you. So given an ARIA label, I'm saying this is business mode, and then you'll want to add the role of image so that the screen reader knows that it's an image and not to read whatever crazy name of the emoji. Because
what's kind of cool is Create React app actually, I think, has a warning for this now because I've used emoji before and just had it yell at me, which is kind of cool actually that it's smart enough to detect that.
Yeah, that is cool. I guess if I wouldn't have done it, I would have gotten that warning, and that's good. Pay attention to those warnings, especially the, you know, the ARIA ones. It's like, it's not stuff that you absolutely have to fix, but why not? You know, just do it. Another thing is that because this is a switch, we can add a role of switch. So that's another ARIA tag that's extremely helpful. And we can let them know if it is on or off with ARIA checked. And we will just check our lovely theme for that. Just regretting just using this emoji.
The emoji.
So much.
I have.
I think I should have made a shortcut on my touch bar that I never used.
There's an app I use on the Mac called Rocket that lets you type emojis in any app. Like you have to give it like accessibility permissions on your Mac, and basically you type a colon and you get like an emoji picker in any app.
You know, I think I tried to use that, and for some reason I removed it. I don't know if it's probably user. I don't know why. Like, I'm really good at making software. I'm really bad at using software. Like, just the worst. Oh, whoops, I don't want theme context. I want, what did I name that? Theme, oh, I didn't import it yet. See, I write code backwards, like.
Yeah.
Must be a brain thing. So we need to import the theme switch that we just wrote, obviously from there, boom. And now if we go to our browser, hey, we have a button that doesn't work. And the reason the button doesn't work is because we didn't add the function, but we will do that right now.
We need party mode.
We do need party mode.
And just as a quick time check, we're at about 2 or 3 minutes left. But I think we should be good. We just need to turn on the party.
Let's just turn on the party. So we need to add an on click, obviously, because it's a button. And it was really foreign for me, like going back to typing on click instead of like setting up the event listeners. And it felt like, I remember when I first started writing in React, I was very anti-React for some reason. And I was like, no, this is like not the way you're supposed to do it. So we have access to the toggle function that we wrote on the theme. So everything that's in that theme is available. So all we have to do is call it here on this onClick. And the reason that we are making this an arrow function here is because if we call theme toggle, it'll just keep calling. So this makes it so it only calls on click. So let's see if we have a party mode. And I guess I'll just copy and paste in the clock, which is basically more of the same kind of state change stuff. So
yep,
that's interesting. Anyway. All right. Switch between dark.
Got like a little transition in there too, I think.
I did. I wrote a lot of CSS beforehand. So I'm going to cheat here, and I'm just going to.
Yeah, I totally want to see this clock. So feel free to just bring it all in.
I already wrote all this, so we'll just discard all of these changes. Boom. Boom. I don't know what I changed in there, so I'll leave it. All right, let's see what we have. All right.
I like that clock.
So this is set up just on an interval in useEffect. I do have this up in my GitHub repo if you want to take a look at it. And so this is just updating every single second and getting the time and splitting it into these pixels. And pixels, they're obviously not actually pixels. So if we turn on party mode.
Oh my gosh. That is super fun.
It's a neon.
How did you get how did you create the numbers like that?
So basically this is like essentially binary. Right?
Oh my gosh.
So it's like true, false, true, false, true, false, true, false if the square is on, and just have that for all of the digits and the semicolon and the colons. And I'm gonna make this bigger. And then there's an NPM package that has this random color picker. And so every time you change the theme, it chooses random colors for these pixels, essentially.
That is, you have some fans in the chat too, because that is really, really cool. I'm sort of mesmerized at it. You have to share this because I need to view source on this and dive into exactly how you did this. Because
yeah, the GitHub the GitHub repository has all of this in it, and it is on my GitHub, which is @ShareScarlet, and this is the DevReach clock.
Awesome. We will make sure to get that in the chat. Is there anything else at this point that we haven't covered? We're basically at our time here that you wanted to give a shout out to, like any further resources, or if people want to follow you, where's the best place to do that?
Definitely best place to do that would be on Twitter. And sorry, I'm sharing you now.
Oh, that's fine. Go into the matrix. Go into the matrix for a second.
You can follow me on Twitter @ShareTheDev. And somebody did ask a question that I want to mention really fast. They asked me how I continue on my education since graduating. I just want to mention that I actually dropped out of high school and college subsequently, and that you don't have to have some fancy education to do this job or to get to the level that I am at. You know, I just had to overcome a lot of hardships and you know, figured it out, and I just keep learning all the time. Doesn't matter what the resource is. You don't need the higher education or high school education to do it.
Very cool. I found the clock on GitHub, so I put that in, and you have some more. Like, I like this comment: doing this in every project. Customers think I didn't ask for a clock. It's just
you'll take this clock and you'll like it.
You need this clock. You need the party mode.
Me as a professional designer.
Yeah.
No, this is more like something the client would ask for, honestly. I did do design a little bit here and there when I was first starting out. Like I would do like end to end. And I had this one client that was so bad. He's like, "Can I have like a flaming tiger?"
Well, that'll be for the next time. So if we do DevReach again, we'll have you out. Maybe we can get you to Bulgaria, the actual event, and you can bring the flaming tiger to life.
All right. I'm going to hold you to that.
All right. Well, thank you so much. This was really awesome. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. Bye.
All right. Well, that was fun. That clock really is awesome. The link to that is in the chat. I'm going to be diving into that later because, like I said, I think I need that clock in like every app that I build at this point because that pixel clock was super fun. So I do want to bring in our next guest. So next up at DevReach, we have Nader Dabit. So Nader, you want to join us here on the stage? And first of all, you can tell me if I got your name right or not. I think I'm asking it of every person I bring in.
Yeah, it's pretty close. It's Nader Dabit, but I go by Nader a lot because the way that it's spelled kind of, basically makes more sense that way.
Nader. I'll try to remember that. I'm really bad at names, but I try to get, I don't know. I try to make a mark in my head and to remember them. We'll see how that goes.
It's all good. It's all good.
Well, why don't you start by just telling people who you are, why you're famous, those sorts of things.
Well, I'm not famous, but I'm very lucky to kind of be involved in a lot of outward facing stuff. I do work, kind of as a developer advocate, and therefore I'm kind of doing a lot of outward facing things in the community. So yeah, I work right now as a senior developer advocate leading advocacy on the AWS Amplify team. Before that, I was a consultant running my own business for about 1.5 years, doing web and mobile training for the most part, and a little bit of just programming. And before that, I was just a software engineer working at various startups.
Is there I guess I'd be curious, since you've worked in some of these different roles, how you're enjoying like the sort of, because like Amazon is a pretty big company, right? Like working in that sort of environment versus working sort of on your own company or even like a rank and file sort of developer job.
Yeah, so I would say that like one of the big changes for me, was just coming to Amazon because I had never worked at a big company before. And all of the, like 1.5 years before that was consulting. And even the time before that, I was kind of working for smaller startups. And I live in Mississippi. So the companies that I did work for here were like not even close to being on the same level. Yeah. But, so it's kind of, it was a big change. But with consulting, it was more lucrative. Like I was making more and I was, having more control over my schedule a little bit. But at the end of the day, I've actually enjoyed transitioning into AWS better than working on my own, because when you're kind of working on your own, it's a little more stressful for me, at least. And I know it's different for everybody, right? Like a lot of people are made specifically like for being, a business person, but it just didn't work out for me that well.
Yeah, I can definitely sympathize with that. There's a certain level of security, for better or worse, from being in a more corporate gig that's a little more stable, not going anywhere, that sort of thing.
Yeah. So yeah, exactly. And then like one of the big things for me is learning. So like when I was doing consulting, pretty much all of my time was tied up working with customers and working with clients. I didn't have time to go and spend learning, but now in my new job, I'm spending almost all of my time learning, and I also get paid for that. So it's really awesome. And when the weekend comes, the weekend is here. I don't have to work. Whereas when you're working for yourself, you're still, catching up with emails and building clients and even doing work. And yeah, so I think there's benefits and trade-offs for each, you know.
So I do have one question about AWS, because I mean, for me, that's someone that I've done web development, front-end development for a long time, and environments like the sort of cloud computing things tend to overwhelm me, right? Like you go to AWS's dashboard and you're thrown tons of options and acronyms and product names and all sorts of things. So are there good entry points, you think, that for people that are just sort of casually involved, like what are good starting points if you want to get involved with using, just getting more into cloud computing from a front-end background?
Yeah, so this is a good question because I am actually a front-end developer, a web and mobile developer that has only specialized in front-end development really up until I joined a couple of years ago. And the transition was a lot harder for me than it was maybe doing pretty much anything else, actually, because like cloud computing is like when you say that term, there's just so many different things involved. And when you look at the AWS dashboard or even any of the other clouds, there's just so many different things there, and it is hard to kind of get started. The work that my team is actually doing is focused on lowering the barrier to entry to people to get into cloud computing, and more specifically for web and front end and mobile developers, traditionally client side developers. So I would suggest starting with like a subset of services and learning how to actually connect those to a front end application, whether it be a React app or a mobile app or whatever. And, you know, just starting off with like maybe a half dozen things. These are usually the core things anyway. So for instance, like a typical app might need storage for images. You might need an authentication mechanism. You probably need an API, and you probably need a database. So like those four things, if you focus on just learning those really well, that will kind of be a really nice entry point. And then from there, you can kind of expand out and touch on other stuff. But you can build a lot of apps just using that stuff. So to get started with that stuff with AWS, I would probably recommend checking out the Amplify documentation. It's very much geared towards front-end developers. I would also consider checking out the serverless framework and CDK. All of those are in my opinion, a lot more you know, front-end centric than a lot of the other AWS resources out there for learning.
Cool. Yeah, it's funny because I fall into that exact same persona of like I feel like I've spent my entire career in the front end stuff, so it's very much being thrown in the deep end. So that helps quite a bit. And I know you had some stuff you wanted to show today, so maybe if you want to dive in, because you had some cool stuff that you wanted to build. Yeah,
so I kind of changed my mind. I was going to build a meme generator, but like we're actually doing some interesting stuff this week. A new release is coming out, and I wanted to kind of show off some of the stuff that we're working on my team. So basically, so it changed a little bit, but basically I want to show you how to build an offline first app and do it in like just a few minutes, hopefully. So what I'm going to do is I'll share my screen and I will go ahead and get started here.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. So can you see my screen okay?
We can. Yep.
You see
a very blurry version of your face. Yes.
So let me go ahead and pull up my text editor. And I basically have cloned that DevReach repo. And I've opened it up. And this is what I'm getting. I don't know where that avatar is coming from, but I'm assuming it's like coming from some background image. I haven't really looked at that today because yesterday when I was running this code, I did not see that there. So
yeah, and can you bump up your font size like
oh yeah, absolutely,
quite a bit? That should be good.
Oh, pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to well, first of all, do you know where like I don't see that image here. Is that in the CSS somewhere?
It's going to be in the components and drawer.js.
Oh, there we go. Okay, cool.
So it's got in there something. If you just search for like IMG, it's going to be in there somewhere. Yeah. So like profile, avatar profile. Yeah.
So do you mind if I delete that? There we go. That's a lot easier to work with. Yeah. Okay, cool. All right. So I guess I'll jump back in app.js and or natter.app.js. And what I want to build is like, first of all, I am working from a new clone of this repo. And all I've done so far is initialize a new Amplify project. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to build out just a client-side version of this where we're going to be able to have like a real-time message board where people can create messages and they come through in real time. And then I'm going to go and I'm going to enable like a cloud backend for that. So we'll get started. So the first thing I probably want to do is also need to import use state and use effect to go ahead and get some state going on.
Yep.
And I've also installed a couple of dependencies. So I've installed a color picker, and then I've installed ant design because I want to have a little bit some basic styling, and you do so, I guess, with a lot less code. So
yep.
Here. And so the sketch picker is like a color picker. So this is going to allow us to kind of have an in-browser color picker that we're going to use to decorate the messages so they kind of look a little nicer, but also custom for the person that used them or that created the message, I guess you could say.
It's funny. I think we need to know what size is your monitor, because we've had this theme of everybody's on like progressively larger monitors that's presenting today.
So my monitor, I don't remember, but it was like as wide as I could afford. Yeah, it's probably around like twice as wide, whatever, than my old monitor. So yeah, that's not a good answer. But I can say that since I got this monitor, that I've actually enjoyed it, and I've been a lot more efficient than when I used to have two separate monitors. So I would highly recommend considering a wide monitor.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm still on the 2-monitor train, so maybe I'll have to buy into the hype. It seems like all the cool kids are getting one big one nowadays.
So what I'm doing here is I'm creating some initial state, and what I'm going to basically have is like a form where the form has like a message title and then a color, and then when you create the message, the background color is kind of that color, and then we're going to just have an array of messages, and I'm doing that using use state. So create a couple pieces of state, and then I'll also create another piece of state for the color picker, because we want to like be able to toggle the color picker, and we'll do that with this piece of state here. So I might call this update show picker. And that might have been better, like toggle picker or something like that, but we'll stick with this for now.
Yeah.
So and like in the future, we're going to use effect, but I guess right now we're not going to really do that because we don't really have an API to work with. But one thing we will need to work with is a way to kind of go ahead and get the form input. So when someone like types into our form, we want to be able to deal with that. And one of the things that we're going to be using is that picker, and we can actually just attach this this same onChange handler to the color picker as well as the input by checking to see if there's a hex color that is part of the event. And if not, we'll just be assuming that this is a form. So if there is a hex color, we're going to go ahead and update the form state. And what we want to do is just pass in the existing form state. And then we're going to update the color to be the event.hex. So this is going to be something like black or blue or red or whatever. And
okay.
Then, yeah. And then if not, we're going to go ahead and update the form state. So that needs to be 3 dots. And this is going to be the value for the title.
And while you're typing this in, I'm going to switch my desk to standing mode. I have an adjustable desk that I love, and I've been sitting for a while. So just so you don't think like my world is shifting here, you're going to see my camera move while you're typing this out.
I love my standing desk. It's been it's probably the best purchase I've made this year.
Oh yeah, I love mine. Although it does sound like you probably hear my mic like picking up on it. It sounds like something's like taking off or something. You hear the motor.
So for creating a message, we're first just going to check and see if there is a title, if someone's like actually filled out the form, just for some really light, input validation. But if not, we'll go ahead and update the messages. And we'll just use the existing messages. And then for the actual message itself, we'll use the form state. And then we can then update the form state with the initial state to clear out the form. So that's pretty much all of the I guess, functionality for right now that we have We have a function for handling the user input, a function for creating the message. This isn't going to persist anything but memory for now, right? But what we want to do is enable that back end in just a second. So instead of returning my name, we're just going to return a div, and we're going to start writing, some of our React code. So I might still put an H1. That's like, my message app.
Yep.
So it's something pretty basic. And we'll have an input that we imported from the Ant Design. Ant Design is pretty good for stuff like this, prototypes, or just quickly building out stuff. I would say, like, I'm a pretty big fan these days of different libraries for different use cases. So I like using Tailwind and Emotion for a lot of more production stuff.
Yeah, that's one thing that's great about React is we have a pretty good abundance of choices. It's not the worst problem to have that there's lots of good libraries out there for this sort of thing.
I'm not very good at typing.
You're good. We've had some people in chat already saying, how do you talk, think, and type at the same time?
Yeah, well, done a lot of demos and talks and stuff like that. So it does become a little bit easier, I guess, over time. So this is Ant Design button as well. Pretty basic stuff. It inherits like the on-click handler, from a typical button, and we're just going to basically update the show picker. And this is going to be the like a toggle of whatever we currently have. And this is going to say something like toggle color picker.
Okay.
All right, let's go ahead and save that and just see how many things are broken right now. And I'll go ahead and refresh that. It's probably really small, so I'll probably zoom in a little bit now. I might double check to see if I have any errors. I don't have any errors yet. Okay, one error.
Input not...
Oh, I don't have the input style created yet. Okay, yeah. I'm going to go ahead and I have some styles that I'm just going to copy and paste because styling is not really that important, I don't think, for this talk.
Yep.
Try that again. All right, there we go. So we can do that. Our toggle color picker isn't working quite yet, but I believe that we still need to actually show that in our UI because right now we're not really showing that. So in addition to the button, we're going to go ahead and have like maybe a span or something like that, maybe a paragraph. And here we're going to go ahead and show the color. And maybe I'll break this. Oh, it's fine like this.
Yeah.
And here we're going to go ahead and show the form state dot color. That way, as we change the state with the color picker, we can kind of show which color is there. And maybe we even do something like this. That way we can change the color as the user changes it so we can see some real-time updates.
Yeah.
And then we're going to go ahead and say if the show picker is true, then we will show the picker. And this is a pretty easy API to work with. So all we have to do is really do that. We have to set the color. And the on-chain handler. All right, so we're getting somewhere. We should be able to test this out. See that we have a little color picker going. So things are good.
Very cool.
The last thing we want to do is have a button for creating a message. And we'll just go ahead and attach this to the on-click handler for create message. And finally, we want to map over our messages. I guess I'll use the message and the index because we don't really care. For every message, yeah, we're just going to show like a div with the message info.
Okay.
So I guess we'll set a key to the index for now. And we will show another div. And we will go ahead and have a paragraph that will say the message title. Then we want to add some styling because the cool thing about what we're trying to do is just have some visual stuff going on because this is kind of a concise demo. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and set some style here. And what we want to do is pass in the existing message style. So we have like this message style right here. That's like padding, margin top, border radius, but we also want to use that dynamic color value. So I guess we could spread over the message style and we could say background color. Oops. There's that VS Code.
Yeah, with all the like random stuff you probably don't want.
So the background color will be set to the message color. And then the style for this will be the message background. And then the style for this will be the message title. So there we go. Let's try this out. And I will go ahead and create some message.
Can you bump up the font size in the browser itself so we can see this a little bit better?
Sure.
Yeah, it's good.
Something a little bit. Okay. Is that still good?
Yep.
There we go.
Very cool. Very impressive to type that out correctly first try too.
So we have that going. So what we want to now do though is if we refresh, we see that this goes away.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and add an API to this. So I'm going to do amplify add API, and we're doing this directly like in the root directory. And this is going to kind of walk us through, a bunch of steps. We're going to create a GraphQL API. The next thing that we're going to go ahead and do is kind of give the API a name. I'll just use DevReach Casino for the authorization type. We want to make this a public API. So API key is what I'll choose. And this is all Amplify related stuff. But the thing that we're really going to be looking at is the offline use case, which you can configure in this setup here by choosing advanced settings. So I'm going to say I do want additional changes, which is for the advanced settings. And for the conflict detection, this is kind of what enables the offline access, offline use case, and offline implementation of the libraries and the service. And we can choose our conflict resolution. And this is kind of what you start getting into the down and dirty of when you start working with offline apps, conflict detection and conflict resolution. And there's a few different ways that you can do this. We have like a new strategy that's really, really good called auto merge that works for a lot of use cases that will do a lot of the complexity and handle it for you. So that's kind of what we're going to go with. And it's a lot to go into, so I'm not going to go into it here. But if you're interested, you could check out our docs and kind of learn more about how it works. And if I had a schema, I could choose that, but I don't. I'm going to go ahead and start with a boilerplate schema, and we're going to go ahead and edit this. And this is going to be kind of the message type that we want to go ahead and work with. So the message type is going to have a type message. It's going to have an ID, a title. It's going to have a color. Maybe we'll even have a created at. So we have the ID, we have the title, we have the color, and I think really that if you think about our initial state that we were working with earlier, it kind of matches that a little bit where we have the color and the title. It's kind of what we want to do. So to deploy this, we can now run amplify push. And I'm just going to say yes to the questions about auto selecting yes, and that's going to go ahead and deploy that. And then what we can now do is we can actually do some code generation to generate our models that we're going to be using for the offline app. And to do that, I can run amplify code gen models. And this is going to go ahead and create a new folder for us to start working with.
And just as a quick time check while this is running up, we got 5-ish minutes here to sort of wrap this up.
Got it. I think we're on. I think we're in good time then.
Okay, we got this.
So what I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and import the data store from AWS Amplify. And this is going to be how we interact with the API. It's kind of like a way, it's like an offline API that automatically syncs with the cloud essentially. And then what we're going to do is import the message model that was created here. This is that folder that was generated when I ran Amplify Code Gen models. And this is going to come from the models directory. And then I am going to go ahead and run this code here. And this is some Amplify specific configuration, because after we create this API, we have to kind of know the endpoint that it lives at and configure the React app to recognize that. And this file, AWS exports, was created for us. So we're basically going to kind of go up one directory, and we're going to go ahead and reference that here.
Okay.
And the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to create a function in useState or useEffect. I get those two confused sometimes when I say them. And in useEffect, we're going to call a function called fetch messages. And fetch messages is going to be kind of how we go ahead and call our API.
Okay.
And what we're going to do is we're going to say const messages equals data store dot query, and we just need to pass in that message model that we imported. And then now all we need to do is say update messages, whoops, passing in the messages. And that is all we need to do to kind of fetch the data from the API. The next thing we want to do is update the create message function, because right now what we're basically doing is working with local state. But instead, we want to actually call the API to create that message. So I'm going to say awaits data store dot save. And what we can now pass in here is a new message. And what we can now pass in is all of that form state. So this creates that message and saves it. And then we can say update form. Whoops.
Yeah, it's really clean too. It's like a one-liner.
Yeah, one-liner, that's it. Also, the query was a one-liner. And then the last thing we want to do is we want to subscribe to new messages being created. And we can do that in useEffect. So we can say data store.observe. And then we can pass in the model that we want to observe. And then we can say .subscribe. And then here we can have a callback function. And then whenever we get a new message in, we're going to call fetch messages. And I think that's all we need to do. So let's go ahead and try this out. I know we're running close to being there on time.
Yeah, we should be good. Fingers crossed.
And I need to make this an async function now.
Is it async or await?
Oh, what am I doing? Yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
That's an async function since we're using await. So yeah, let's see if this works. I think it should.
Pretty slick. I like the bit about like auto handling conflicts is kind of nice, because when I've used things like this before, it's like they throw confusing terms at me that I don't understand, right? Like I think one of them was like optimistic concurrent or something like that. Usually it's like
optimistic concurrency, CRDTs. Yeah.
Yeah. So you hear things like that and you just say like, why is it like somebody just picked the intelligent default for me sort of deal, right?
Yeah, basically. Okay, so looks like we have some type of error. So let me see if I can try to handle this real quick.
Yeah, messages.map. So is messages just empty when it gets to that point?
It should not be, but let's go ahead and log out messages real quick.
Yeah, we could take a minute or two to see if we can figure this out to get this to run.
Might block this out just for a second.
Yep.
Then I have like a completed version of this if this doesn't work that I can always use. So I'm just gonna log out messages. Oh, it's a promise. So that means I forgot to like say await.
Oh yeah, because you need the.
All right, there we go. So let's go ahead and try this out. So what I should be able to do is like hello in real time. Create a message here. And that should come through over here. There we go. And then
Very
I can
nice.
say, yeah. And then the last thing, hello from Blue. And then the last thing we want to do is show off the offline functionality. So I can go to my network tab, set this to be offline. And I can say offline message get it black. And then here you see the message coming through in offline, but it doesn't come through over here. But once we go ahead and go back online, and you see the HTTP request going through, and then the message comes through in real time offline. So all of that in about 15 minutes.
Very nice. That was impressive to wrap that up. Figure that really quickly. And I like the service. That's pretty slick. If people want to learn more about this, hit me with some like links. Where's the best place to learn more? And then I guess also to follow you, where's the best place to do that as well?
Well, I would check out the data store docs. I would check out my YouTube. I have a couple of videos on there. It's YouTube/NatterDabbit. I have, like I mentioned, the data store docs are just the Amplify docs, but look for data store. And then finally, keep up with the Amplify Twitter handle. We're going to be releasing a new set of updates that are pretty excited about for data store this week. So yeah, just keep an eye out for those probably around Friday or so.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm just dumping these in the chat so people have them. But thanks so much. That was an awesome demo.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It was cool being here. It was good to talk to you again. Good luck with the rest of the event.
Thanks. Yeah, maybe next year we'll have to do this in person, maybe, or maybe digital again. I don't know.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah. But thanks again. Have a good one.
Thank you. You too.
Well, that was awesome. We had the color picker. We have some real-time messages. So we've had a lot of fun stuff. And I want to keep us on track. So I'm going to go ahead and invite our next guest. We have Tanner Lindsley is with us today. So Tanner, I think we'll add him. Hey. Tanner, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm all right. Why don't you tell people who you are, what you do, why you're famous as well?
Well, I code all day, probably like all of you guys. But I've built some open source libraries that have a little bit of notoriety. The most popular one right now is React Query, is mostly how people know me. And historically, React Table is also another one that has been around a little bit longer. But yeah, those are the two libraries that people generally bring up when they talk about me. So yeah, I do a lot of open source. I have a startup called Nozzle. We're reverse engineering Google search results. So that's pretty fun. But yeah.
Well, cool. And I know we want to talk a bit, really focus on React Query today, which is good because like this would be a good learning opportunity for me specifically. But I'm wondering, for people that have never heard of React Query before, can you just sort of lay a high-level overview, what it does, what problem it solves, why people might be interested in using it?
Absolutely. So the way I like to put it is there is this big difference between server state and client state. And usually when you get into React or you get into front-end development, you talk about global state. It's kind of like a really hot term people like to throw around, right? It's like global state, global state. And there's like a new global state manager or library or whatever that comes out like every day. And then there's like Redux, right? That's like, oh, Redux is global state and it's been around forever. So there's a lot of like technical debt we've carried through on this concept of global state in the React ecosystem. But when it comes down to it, it's really just there's like a couple of different kinds of state. And the two that people most often deal with are state from a server and state inside of your client-side app. So React Query is like all about that server state, you know? So it's not like a global state manager, but it's all about syncing all of that asynchronous server state down into your application and taking care of all of the pitfalls that come with that. Because usually you are responsible for, you know, like everybody watching this right now who's ever done React has probably written some type of a hook or an effect that will go and just fetch data, you know, and you're like, sweet, that was so easy. But it's all about the questions that come after that. Like, okay, when do I refetch that? And how do I refetch it? And how does my app know when to do that? And, you know,
were there updates on the server? How do I get those updates? How do I show them? Are those stale? Like,
yeah, exactly. It's all of what comes next. That there really isn't anything there in React to handle that for you. And that's what React Query is all about.
Well, cool. And I know you wanted to show a lot of this off in action. So do you want to just jump in and start like digging into what this sort of looks like in actual code?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. So I think we're screen if you want to just jump right in.
Yeah. So this is like just like a really lame, but also really cool little like blog example that I have. I wanted to use the repo that everybody else has been working in, but I needed some custom routes and some APIs to really show off. So this is really basic. There's just like, oh, look, we're looking at the welcome screen right now, and we have a couple of other routes here. There's a blog route and an admin route. We might not even get to the admin today, but like let's just hit this blog route right here and just kind of debug it a little bit and see what's going on. So this is what the blog page looks like right now. It's just like, you know, let's go get some posts, some like blog posts. And at this point in this component, we don't really care like how any of that's happening. And I just got to like plug custom hooks here for a second. This is so beautiful to me. Like I look at this and I'm like, wow, I don't have anything in this component that knows about effects or data fetching or whatever. It's just like, go get the stuff, give it to me, and let me show it. I don't care about anything else. Yeah. And that is what custom hooks allows us to do in a really clean way. So gotta plug custom hooks here. But like there really isn't anything fancy. We're just showing like a little loading indicator. I'll refresh the page over here and you can see like, oh, there's a hard loading indicator, and sure, hopefully there's never an error, but if there is, okay. And then
no, I was just gonna say I agree. Like this is very visually pleasing to look at, right? Because it's like the truest nature of React. Like I only here have to care about how the posts are being shown. Like any magic that's going on, who cares, right? That's not this component's problem.
Exactly. And I think this is a pattern that I use in all of the things I build. Like I don't like my components to know really about anything beyond what they need to know to just render some stuff, you know?
Yep.
Kind of goes back to that classic like dumb smart component thing, but instead of components, it's just like, no, every component is kind of dumb.
Yep.
And the hooks are what's kind of like doing all the business logic and smarts. But like if you come over here and check out this use posts hook, this might look familiar. For anybody who's written anything that's like, hey, we're going to fetch some data. This probably looks familiar. You might feel at home looking at this. This use reducer is a little different. Most people use state, right? But it's the same thing. It's just a reducer that kind of sets some state. But like, haven't you written this? Like, have you ever written anything like this?
Oh yeah, this is like pretty boilerplatey type stuff, really.
Yeah, I feel like everybody can pretty much write this like by memory now. You know,
yeah. And has written it probably dozens of times
over and over.
Yeah.
And the reason that we do it is because it's simple, right? And it works. Like, look, like we're looking at blog posts and it works. It's great, you know?
Yeah.
And it feels automatic, right? It's like, oh, it's fetching when I load, right? But then like a good example here is like, if we went over to the store, like where I have all of these, blog posts, like if I changed one of these, you know, like if I took out like that first part of that title,
yeah,
and like hit save or do any of that, like it's not going to change anything. And even if I like come back to the app and move around, it's not going to do anything until I like hit that effect again. Like I have to go back to the home screen and come back to block to hit that effect, you know?
Yep.
And that's super lame. Like that's basically an instant fail of trying to like keep your app in sync with your server.
Yeah, and you're like the naive approach to fix that is ugly too. Like unless you use like a full-on tool, then you're like polling for changes or some nonsense, right?
Exactly. And somebody just mentioned like, oh, hey, no effect dependency. Yeah. Some of this stuff is just like, I mean, this is a common mistake people make too. Yeah, I usually use the ESLint plugin, but you get the idea. So like I wanted to refactor some of this to React Query to like show you how easy it is. So I'm just going to import use query from React Query really quick. And I'm just going to pretend that like a lot of that doesn't exist right now. And I'm just going to do like const query equals use query. And use query, the first thing that it takes is just like It's just a key, like a unique identifier for whatever you are fetching, right?
Yep.
In this case, I'm just going to use posts. Like it could be something super crazy, like it can be an array with like a ton of objects in it that really uniquely describes what it is, right? But in this case, like we can just do posts. And then it takes a function to go get the stuff. So I'm just going to like grab this right here and inline it, which is awesome that I can inline it like that. And then I'm just going to get rid of all this.
So it's even going to take care of like the success, error, like all that type of logic in there too.
Yeah. And there's kind of a reason that why I did kind of this style where I have like is loading, is error, otherwise like go get the stuff, right? I mean, it's pretty common to do that, but that is the signature of query. So like query comes back like from use query and it has like a bunch of stuff on it. There's like status and is loading and data and error. Like there's tons of stuff on it, right? But it's very universal. In fact, in this case, I can just return the use query like that. And we'll come back to our app and reload. And we'll still get that hard loading state the very first time. But this is awesome. Like, let's go to the home page and then come back. And there's no loading. It's just there, right?
Yeah.
But there is kind of a loading. And I wanted to show you this really quick. Let's just up here by the blog, let's just do query.isFetching. And we'll say, let's do like loading here. So isFetching is different than isLoading. IsLoading is like a background or like a hard loading state, right? So look like when I focus back on the page, it kind of loads in the background. And then like when we go to the home page and come back to the blog, it's loading in the background, kind of like always refetching. It's very aggressive out of the box. That's something about React Query that surprises people. But
yeah,
like,
I'm actually curious. What is it? Am I seeing it cache those results?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's caching, and then it fetches to see if there's any updates. But since there wasn't any updates, nothing visually changed. But all that's sort of transparent.
Yep. So like if we come to let's see, where's our store? Let's go back to our store. You know, let's change this title, this very first title, to just be like title 1 and hit save. And it doesn't, we don't have any like polling set up or sockets or anything. So it didn't automatically reload. But even when I just like refocus the browser window to come back here, it auto refetches in the background updates.
Interesting.
So there's a lot of like just automatic built-in stuff to make you just productive out of the box.
The focus stuff is interesting. So is it also smart enough to say if the browser tab's like in the background?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
And by default, it won't do background refetching, but you can just add like a little, you know, like a little configuration object right here that says like refetch on window focus true. There's like background. Okay. I think there's another background option there. There's also a couple of other, like you saw, like refetch interval. There's refetch on connect, so it automatically does network reconnection refetching too, which is pretty sweet. So if your internet connection goes offline, comes back, it'll refetch. There's so many things that are like built into it, and there's so many extensible options, right? But like that, at the core, like you just get to replace all that logic. And
yeah, we had some people with the same reaction as me, like, oh, that's actually pretty cool because, like you said, you said like it's totally true that you don't actually expect that because it's actually more aggressive than you'd expect a tool like that to be, but like in a good way, because that's probably what you want actually for most situations.
Yeah, and you can always tone it down. Like, say you have a resource that's like, you know what, I know this isn't changing very often, or I know that I only need it to be so fresh, right? So you can do something like stale time, where you can say like, I'm going to allow these posts to become 5 seconds old, basically. So if we come back to the blog page, you know, and we start moving around, it's not going to refresh until that 5 seconds hits.
Yeah.
You know. And I actually just took out the loader because I'm going to add something else here really quick. I'm going to add in the, let's see, I have like a nice little global loader component here. Global loader, yay. Let's import that. So this global loader, really quick, you can do easy, there's like some easy wins too. You can do like use is loading from React query. Like const is loading equals, and this is like a global, kind of like a global is loading. So you can be like, if it's loading, then we're going to show this spinner. Otherwise, we're not going to. Use is loading.
Is it oh, that's weird. I thought it was a casing thing, but
oh, it's not loading. My bad. It's uses fetching. I'm just forgetting my own API. Cool. So
that's kind of cool that there's a global one too, that it's not specific to any specific thing. Right. It's just basically something's happening.
Now you can see this stale time a little bit better. So like it just refetched. So I'm just going to start navigating around and you'll see that it's not refetching in the background, but as soon as 5 seconds passes, there it goes. It starts refetching again. So
very cool.
Stale time, like there's a lot of like little cool things in here. There's also things like cache time. So it handles garbage collection for you automatically, which is really nice. But yeah, like let's dig a little deeper. There's just a lot of cool things we can do here.
Let's
like, I just come over here to this like individual post component really quick. It's basically the same setup. It's just, hey, let's go get an individual post. So like I'm going to show you how easy it is just to refactor all of this. I'm just going to grab, it's just fetch post by ID. So instead of posts here, we'll do posts and then use the ID itself of the post so that like we can uniquely cache this individual thing. Use query really quick. And then instead of this, we're going to call fetch post ID. So same thing, like we get all of the same like benefits that we got from the blog. So we come back, it's instant. Anything that we've already visited is going to be cached and load instantly, right? You'll still get that hard loading state for some things that can't, like that you haven't loaded yet.
Yeah.
But like if you have applications or things where people are constantly refetching the same things or looking at the same things over and over, like without having any extra work on your hands, it really kind of becomes a game changer.
Yeah, I sort of like could envision like a shopping app where you go to the individual product, then oftentimes you just go back to the list or whatever. So it's kind of silly to go get that list again.
Right.
Chances are there's no updates to it.
Exactly.
And even if there is, it's like, what I like about this is it's very configurable so that like it's both got same defaults, but then if you do have a situation where you're like, actually there might be a case where you actually very much need to get new data all the time, like finding data or certain cases.
Exactly.
To do that.
And there's like a lot of cool shortcuts that you can take to like, you can optimistically do a lot of different things. So like, I'm going to pull in this query cache right here. I believe I can use the query cache. Yeah. So I'm just going to pull in this global query cache really quick. And I'm going to say get query data. And I'm going to go grab the data for the actual posts query that we were making on like the parent page. And if it's there, I'm going to find the post that has the same ID as the one that we're fetching.
I like what's the name of the question dot trick? I like that.
It's like this optional chaining, right?
Yeah. I like it.
Thanks. Yeah, it's fun. So let's see. Get query data posts, find post ID. Yeah, I mean that.
Did it just not find a post?
Well, we'll see what happens. Post query.data.title.
So in general, is this getting like this saying like a list of, it's like React Query under the hood is keeping track of like all the queries that have occurred more or less for you?
Yeah, like that's a good way to put it. In fact, let's take that off. Let's get this working again. Sorry, I'm just like screen sharing. My computer's going slow.
Yeah, no worries. It's still coming across here just fine.
Oh, that's good. Let's just get rid of all this because that started breaking. Can't tell exactly why it's kind of being funny.
Yeah, well, we can also just discuss at a high level what it's supposed to be doing.
Yeah. So perfectly. What I wanted to show too is there's dev tools. So like that always brings up a good question of like, oh, what is React Query doing, right? Like where is it storing all this stuff was kind of like where your question came from.
Yeah.
So there's React Query dev tools that will show you like, hey, here's everything that we are currently storing inside of the application. So you just kind of
holy crap,
include React Query dev tools right here, and you get this awesome React Query thing. Styles are kind of terrible with this theme, but so you can see we've already got like the individual post here that we're looking at, and we can inspect it and see like all of the information about the query and the data in it. If we come back to the blog, we'll be able to get be able to see all of the blog stuff, and it shows you too like, is it considered fresh? Is it fetching or stale, inactive? Like this query right here is inactive right now, so it's off the screen. It's not being rendered. And so by default, in 5 minutes, that query data is going to get garbage collected if we don't use it again. But if we go back to that post, which I think, which one was it? No, not post 1. Post 3. Yeah, so post 3, it didn't load, right? But you saw it fetch in the background. So you get to kind of inspect everything that's going on and understand the data dependencies your app has on any of your remote stuff.
This is really cool. I'm assuming there's some way like that this code doesn't get shipped in the production version also.
Yeah, the dev tools basically just gets stripped out when you ship to production. It's just like a component that renders null.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Yeah, this is pretty cool. I like the logo.
Yeah.
Too. It's a fun one.
There's so much stuff we can go into, but I think it'd be great to we could talk about overarching concepts and answer some questions too. Like,
yeah. Actually, why don't we see if chat has any questions? And while we're waiting for that too, you've got some compliments in the chat too. Highly recommended React Query, similar to hooks, move it over with no issues.
Yeah, I see people post stuff all the time, all day on Twitter. I have people who are migrating away from from Redux in droves because if you only use Redux for fetching data and sharing it globally through your UI, then you really have, I would say you don't have any reason not to use React Query instead. You're going to kill like 80% of your code. It's going to get better out of the box. I'm
curious because you said that there's like some admin stuff. Where would React Query come into play there? Even if you don't have time to totally code it up, just at a high level.
Yeah. So over in the admin section, there's some posts for use create post. It's like a hook that in general terms, these are just mutations, right? You're just taking some values and you're changing something on the server. I've already kind of written some of this to some extent. So I could just paste it in here and show you what it looks like. Changing all this over, this is interesting because it's going to actually be more code, a little bit more code moving this over, but that's because we have optimistic updates turned on. Really, without optimistic updates, our mutation goes down to just that. But somebody mentioned in the chat, they're like, oh, I love the optimistic updates. And what is an optimistic update? Well, it's kind of like you're guessing what the UI is going to look like if something does succeed. So in this case, when we create a new post, if we go to the admin right now, I wonder if I can make, I don't want to try and make this work, but basically, if you were to create a new post, you'd have to wait for that to load and refresh before the post appeared in this list up here, you know?
Yeah.
But with optimistic updates, you can optimistically update your query cache with what you think is going to be there, right? And then as long as everything goes well, you can invalidate that query for all those posts, make sure that you get a fresh one from the server. And if everything kind of fails or something goes wrong, you can just kind of roll back to whatever you had before.
That single rollback function is quite nice.
Yeah, it's you just kind of returning. It's just returning this rollback function, like, hey, set the query data to the old posts, and then on error, just call that function. So,
and presumably it can get away with that because React Query sort of knows everything because it's tracking everything and knows what the rollback state is for you. So you don't have to do any shenanigans to figure that out yourself.
Yep. It's tracking all the errors for you and everything. Oh, there's a good question in the chat. Somebody's like, do you consider auth state server state? For some apps, absolutely. And it's easy enough just to use React Query. There's people that use React Query for auth state. There's other applications where auth is kind of this big, hairy mess. So personally, I have an app where I use React Query for auth, and I have one where I have like a very specific auth provider that's just kind of custom. So
why don't we have one more question that came in. Why don't we do this and then we'll wrap up with some links. So assuming your optimistic update query works successfully, would you recommend invalidating queries or updating the cache manually with the result, since you already have it from the original query?
It really depends on your confidence. So if we look at use update, it's use save post. In fact, let me pull this up really quick here. I have the completed version of use save post, but the React Query version that kind of shows how that would work. So instead of all this, oh, the lag kills me sometimes. So right here, there's this on success right here where we're just invalidating queries. So there's two paths you can take. You can say, I'm going to optimistically update this object, right? So it looks like everything went well. And then I'm going to invalidate from the server. And when the fresh one comes in, hopefully it looks exactly the same. Or there's this other route where instead of optimistically updating, you just save it. When the result comes, and then you say from the actual patch operation, because like a lot of mutations and patch operations will return the new object that you just saved. You can kind of take advantage of that, and like instead of invalidating queries, basically what he's saying is you could just say query cache set query data to that new data, and you don't have to do any of that invalidation. So that the answer to that question is it's all about your confidence. So if you are confident that the data you got back from your patch operation is fully up to date, then just use it like this. Just say, set the query cache to what you just got back and just be done. If you are not that confident, then you can just you invalidate your query and just let it run again. Or you could do both. Like if you want to be super safe that your UI is absolutely up to date, you could do optimistic update, optimistic updating the query data from the patch, and you can invalidate everything. Like you can go nuts if you want. So it's just like this spectrum of how confident do you need to be versus how performant do you want to be, right? It's like a balance.
What's probably a good note to end on, why don't we end with if people want to get involved or follow the project, what are some next steps people can take?
So you can go to reactquery.tanstack.com. In fact, I think I can just do this. So reactquery.tanstack.com, take you to React Query. So that's kind of the website for it. You can follow me on GitHub and Twitter, basically everywhere. I'm just at Tanner Lindsley. So I don't have like Twitter handles for individual projects. I just tweet about them. I basically only tweet about code. So don't worry. There's really nothing else. It's just code. So
well, very cool. This is an awesome demo, and clearly chat's pretty excited about this as well. So I'm excited to use React Query.
Yeah. Any other questions? Like, people can feel free to reach out on Twitter. I'm very responsive. I also have a Discord server that, I don't have. I guess I can't really share the link that easily, but if you go to just tanstack.com and you can go to join the Discord server, we've got like over 1,000 people and probably 400 or 500 people online at any given time, talking and sharing solutions and answers and questions about React Query and React Table. So it's pretty cool.
Awesome. Well, thanks for joining us. This was a lot of fun. I definitely learned a few things. So appreciate you having you. And hopefully if we do a DevReach in person at some point,
yeah, that'll be a lot of fun.
Foreseeable future, we can have you out there as well.
Awesome.
Well, cool. Thanks for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. See you, TJ.
Bye. Well, cool. Thanks, Tanner. We're almost at the end of our day. We've got one last guest. I'll make a couple notes here just in case, just to set sort of the schedule and the stage and things as well. So we have our final guest coming on here in just a second. And after that, we're going to do a quiz, a little Kahoot quiz with some prizes and such. So you want to stick around for that. We'll have a little bit of fun with a bit of trivia. And then we're also doing an escape room here in about an hour from now. Doing it. We got a group of people to have a little fun doing that as well. So we've got some fun activities for the next little bit. But for now, I want to welcome our final guest for today, Michael Chan, Chantastic. Add him to the virtual stage. Michael, how are you?
I'm doing great.
Your background is epic.
Thank you. I have a little RGB light. It's just sitting there right behind me. I'm actually trying not to kick it as I stand here.
You should have totally owned this as in like, yeah, I'm in my full studio. I've got the...
Oh, no.
You made it look very professional.
It's just like a little, it's like cubicle shielding type stuff. So yeah, just in case anyone at home wants this, it's like, I don't know, you just get some cubicle material and a little light that does the thing.
It looks more impressive than it actually maybe is. Then there's a setup and such.
Hollywood magic. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. How are you? Why don't you tell people who you are, what you do, that sort of stuff?
Yeah, sure. So first, I've been watching the stream. I actually got up super early, and I have a nice shirt on, but I still got my pajamas on bottom. But like, but everything's been great. I've been enjoying all the people who have been speaking, and yeah. So my name is Michael Chan. I go by Chantastic pretty much everywhere. You can call me Chan, Chantastic, Michael, whatever. And then, yeah, I am probably best known for, I host a show called the React Podcast or React Podcast. You can find it at reactpodcast.com or on Twitter by the same name. And yeah, that's it. I was kind of fortunate enough to be in React, like right at the start or like in the same year. I think I got into it like about Christmas time 2013, I think, is when I wrote my first like React code. So it makes me feel really old that it's been that long now.
Yeah, no, I'll give your podcast a big shout out because I'm a fan myself. I've been doing front end development for quite a while, but I'm actually fairly new to React. So I've only been doing React for about a year. So about a year ago, I was like, well, I need to get up to speed on React. And I found your podcast and I found it's a pretty awesome way of just like sort of casually like learning about new things, what's going on, that sort of thing. So I'll give you a shout out as well. Definitely worth checking out.
Oh, I appreciate it. Yeah, I've been super fortunate to hang out with a bunch of people who just know a bunch of stuff. And there's that kind of like, proximity of like sounding smart by being around smart people. So
yeah, I was going to ask,
it's a fun show.
what keeps you motivated to keep doing that? Because I know like from some of the stuff I've run too, it's a commitment, right? To be doing that weekly and how long have you been doing the podcast now at this point?
It's been like 2.5 years now. And we just published episode 114 with Swix about his coding career handbook. And yeah, it's It is tricky. Usually, like, so we take like 3 weeks off in December. So like holiday time, I don't want to be like bothering people while they're hanging out with their families and doing holiday stuff. And it is really hard to like start back up in January. Like, I'm not gonna like lie, like scheduling and like, you know, editing and all that kind of stuff, like, you know, doing the tweets and all that. It's like, it is definitely work, but you know, every time I think about not having it, I think that's maybe the motivator, is realizing like, oh my gosh, like I get to hang out with people who are like way smarter than me, like every week. Like, why would I ever give that up? Like, this is amazing. So yeah, I don't plan on stopping anytime in the near term.
Well, very cool. Well, I know you had some stuff. You have some fun stuff that you want to show today. So I have some other questions. Maybe we could just dive in.
Sure.
Could have a little bit of fun. Do a little bit of coding here.
Yeah, why not? Okay, so what I was thinking for today is, and I don't know if I need to click my screen to switch it over or how that works, but oh, look at that. Look at that. What a team.
Yeah, you got the font size cranked up. You've done this before.
I have. This is not my first rodeo. Yeah. Second or third maybe. So the what I wanted to focus on today was I wanted to talk about CSS Grid and how it actually can work in tandem to help you separate the markup from the like styling and the code and all that kind of stuff. Because sometimes, like as front-end developers, one of the things that really sucks is that, you know, the way that you code something has to be like deeply tied into the like code and the structure and the markup and all that stuff. Now, CSS Grid actually gives us a way to separate those things in terms of layout significantly better. So we're going to dive in. We're going to get as far as we can, but I did code up something in the theme of our example today. I have some pre-baked bits, but I want to show you all the important parts, and then just time check me as we kind of. I mean, you've been doing a great job of that so far. So
yep, let's do it. I'm excited. Grid's one of those things that like it's a good topic for me. Speaking personally, selfishly, because it's like I know a touch about it, right? But yeah. Not any of like the advanced stuff. I just use it in like little demos, but not any like serious sort of app. So
yeah, and I'm right there with you. It's like I'm just kind of like learning as I need stuff. And this was actually a really fun thing to put together because it has some unique things. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna build a like Texas Hold'em table and in CSS Grid. So the first thing is we're just gonna kind of set up the background, set up the stage, etc. So we'll do background color, dark green, just like a board. And then we're going to do width, and we're going to use this view width thing. So that's just each part of this is a percentage of the width of the actual screen the person is using. So we're going to use that. We're going to set the height to 100% view height and see where that gets us. Okay, cool, perfect. Now, here's one of those CSS things that happens is that a lot of times you put borders on the outside of everything, and that is such a pain in the ass. Oh, I don't know if I'm allowed to say ass on stream. I did, sorry.
You're good.
So it's such a pain because you end up having to do something silly like back out of it with margin. So we'll back out of it with one margin of rem. And then also there's this header. So we're scrolling a little bit. We don't want that. So our view height, we're actually going to calc that. So CSS has these functions inside of it, and you can do a little bit of math. So we're going to remove 100 pixels from our view height to compensate for this. And now we're not scrolling, which is sweet. So we've set up the background color. Now it's actually time to get into some grid. So it's pretty simple. The first thing, you're just going to say display grid. If you've been around the block for a while, you know there's like display block, there's display inline, there's display table. This one, grid. Pretty simple so far. Now, the way grid works is you actually define a grid using columns and rows. So we're going to do that. We'll do, let's see, what is it? Grid template. Oops, I got to use the React version. Template columns. And we're going to start out super simple. We're just going to say auto. So this will be just one single row, and it'll be automatically established how wide that's going to be. It'll be the full width. And then we're going to add a row. So rows, auto, same thing. If we go back over to our code, nothing changed because it's just the same. So I want to show you something really cool. I'm using Firefox right now. And the reason I'm using Firefox is because they have hands down the best grid inspector. Even if you hate Firefox, but you want to work with grid, download Firefox because it's amazing. There's no other way. So what you can do is you can actually turn on a visualization of the grid in Firefox. You can kind of just decide if you want to see the number lines, the area names, extended lines, etc. Now, I'm going to show you how this comes in handy right now. So if we go over back to our code, I'm going to do, let's see, what was the next thing I'm going to do? Oh, yeah. I'm going to do auto. Okay. So now by defining, by putting 2 of these in here, I'm actually creating 2 columns and 2 rows. So we should see like a 4 up type of thing. Okay.
Yeah, and those dev tools are nice.
Right?
Yeah.
Right?
It's one thing to say there's 4, and then it's another thing to just like, oh, yeah.
There's 4.
Yeah.
Now, one thing that's really popular in these types of things is not to use like auto, but to actually use these things called fractional units. And just like the percentages, this is a way of saying like, hey, I want each one of these to be even fractional units. So each one of these is going to be half because we have 2 columns and 2 rows. So change that, 1 FR, 1 FR. Okay, so nothing changed over on this side. Now what we can do is we can add, so just to give us some extra flavor, I'm going to add one more. This is going to be important for our Texas Hold'em grid. So now we have a 3x3. My intention is to put our community cards here, my user, and then maybe 2 other users here. Now, I actually don't like this layout, so I want the middle one to be actually bigger in both cases. I want the row to be bigger and the column to be bigger. So I'm going to set that to 2 fractional units. So now we have 25%, 50%, and 25%.
It's pretty slick just to quickly do that with no math or anything.
Yeah, it's very, very nice. And like percentages, I hate dealing with percentages because you're gonna have to like calculate all of them, and like this, it just figures out all of the math for you and the relationships. It's great.
Yeah, have you ever done like 33.3, but then like the browser like has to like round and you get yeah, it's not like, fun.
How many 3s can I
before the browser will do what I want? Yeah.
Absolutely. Been there. So yeah, so then finally, like the real magic sauce of any like grid layout is the grid template areas. And I think this is what is super important to programmers because it's going to allow you to consistently place things where you want to without having to think about the markup. So let's jump into that. Grid template areas is our property. Now I'm going to have to use a JavaScript template literal because this property is super funny. What it does is it gives you, you use strings to define the actual columns and rows. So I'm just going to have to, I just have to show you because it's super weird. So we know that we have 3 columns and 3 rows. So that's going to end up being 3. So these are each of our rows, right? So row 1, row 2, row 3. And we have columns. I'm going to put dots there just as like placeholders. So we have columns 1, 2, and 3, 1, 2, and 3. So this is our 1x1, 2x1, our 2x2, and our 3x3. Okay.
Yep.
So we got all that. Okay, perfect. Now we haven't actually placed anything. So I'm going to add something and let's just do this. We're going to say, just like Cher was saying earlier, I kind of like to do things backwards. So write the code that I want to see and then write the implementation to actually make it happen.
Yep.
So we're going to say, let's say, put a div in here. We're going to put an H1 inside of that div, and we're just going to say Texas Hold'em. Okay, and then in style, we're actually going to give this a grid area that we want it to be placed. So actually, first I'm gonna run it without. So we'll put null there. Okay. Oh, can't use an H1.
Yeah, probably H2. The header's got the H1 styling.
There we go. Okay,
yeah.
So we have Texas Hold'em now. Now by default, this is the way all of the web works. It's going to go in that first slot, right?
Yeah.
If we put another one, you know, it'll go into that second
slot 2. Yeah.
Slot 2. Yep. Now, the cool thing about CSS Grid is that we can actually use grid areas, and we can use them by name. So we're going to say grid area. This will be a CSS property, and we're going to call this community. Okay. Now, by default, it didn't do anything. It actually puts it outside of our grid because there isn't a grid area for that. So we just go into our little visual representation of our grid, add our, I don't know what the grid area, it's kind of like a selector kind of. We're going to add that right where we want it. And that puts it right in that middle section.
It's pretty slick.
Yeah, it's super slick. Now, the cool thing is that this is like totally indifferent to markup. So if I add like, you know, so let's see, player 1.
Yeah, I could actually see it too, like for responsive type stuff. Like if you needed to really move things around, just having the names is could be way easier than,
oh yeah,
like writing, again, more math and like media queries and stuff.
Absolutely. So what we're going to do is we're going to like flesh this out a little bit. And I'm going to add the next part of it. And actually, I'm going to, just for completeness, I actually have extracted this into a component that actually has the style for grid area, but it's actually styled. So I'm going to actually use that now. So I think that's community cards. And it's just styled. So we'll pull this out. Community cards, just a named export. And there we go.
I love it.
So that's pretty cool. Now, what I want to do next is I want to put my user right here, closest to me, you know, on my screen. And so let's jump into what that would look like. So let's just do another div. I'm going to put, and I'm going to ask for a couple like, you know, Twitter handles or whatever. If people want to throw, I think I'm going to have 4 players or 3 other player slots. So if people want to jump in and throw a couple out, I'll use those.
Toss your names in the chat if you want to be a player, if you want to play some Texas Hold'em.
Okay, so again, by default, I'm going to be pushed into that first quadrant, but I can say style, grid, area, user. Okay, now I'm going to go up to my grid and say I want the user to be in this spot right here. We're going to flesh that out. So user, save. Boom, there's my user.
Nice.
All right. Do we have 3 others that we can play with?
We do. Let's go with S Pope 5. I'm just going to take the first ones that fastest typers win today.
Okay. Okay. So was it S Pope?
POPE 5.
Okay.
At Barranger, BARRANGER.
ANGER.
Yep.
Like that. Cool.
Yep. And then at Jess, JESS, and then BRAMOW.
BRAMOW. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay.
W at the end instead of H. Yep, you got it. There are players today.
Yes. Thank you for joining our game of Texas Hold'em. Now, because I just copy and pasted this, you can learn something else about CSS Grid, which is you can throw as much stuff into this one named area as much as you want. So I'm going to start moving these around because all of them are going into user right now. So I'm going to call this seat 1, seat 2, and seat 3.
You missed a T there. You got C3.
Ooh. Oh, thank you. a seafaring game of Texas Hold'em. We've got some pirates.
Yeah. You also have some fans of your Vim skills earlier on in the chat too. I think you're our first Vim user on the stream.
Oh, really? That's
yeah.
I will carry that badge with pride. So we're going to set our users around here, just kind of covering up these available spots. Now, inline styles, it's not going to format this, but if you have an actual CSS file, it's going to format it really nicely. It'll look a little bit more like this. So you can see kind of the, sorry, if you use prettier, it will make them look like this, which is pretty neat. Okay, so I hit save, and look, all of our players
nice.
are around the table. This is pretty cool. So I think, let's see. So we have users. Let's see what else I wanted to cover. Okay, let's deal people some cards. Okay, so we go. I'll be the dealer. So we'll deal the S Pope first. So I have a card component, and I'm gonna pull that in right now. Boop.
And just as a quick time check while you're typing it in, we're at like 9-ish minutes left. So you got quite a bit of time here.
Awesome. We might even get back to questions. So let's see. So I got one card there for S Pope. Let's deal another card. 2 cards. We're gonna deal another 2 cards to Behringer. Excellent. Deal 2 cards to Jess Bramell. Hope I got that right. I probably didn't. Cool. Awesome. Oh yeah, and 2 cards to me.
Yeah, you're in this too.
I know. See, I forgot because I would have expected it to be down here, but the markup is totally untied from the presentation, so it's up here. Okay, so we hit save. Now everybody has cards. This is awesome. Now let's pull out some of our community cards. Let's open up this component here and deal us some community cards. We're going to do 1 card, and that is going to be, what is this? Let's see. I guess give me some card names. So we're going to have let's do a Ace of Spades, maybe.
Yeah.
And that's going to be face up because these first 3 cards come out face up. Oh, what'd I do?
Closing tag. You got community cards, 27. Oh, yeah, there you go.
Did I get it right?
Community cards.
Thank you. Okay, so we got 1 community card. That's our first one to come up. What's the next one? Like a 3 of clubs, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And then
let's get a straight draw on the board. Put like a 4 diamonds up there.
Awesome. Yeah. Just those ones that everyone wants to win, right? Like that inside draw.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So now we can actually put in some let's put in some other cards. These are going to be face down cards, and the way I have this set up is just to if it's just a card with no information, it's going to be face down. Okay, cool. So now we have our whole thing, and then my styling is a little bit off because my user is actually we don't need to see this grid anymore. So let's just play it like that. So yeah, that is that, and I have some other. I think I have some other goodies in there. If I think I had, let's see, a component. These are not important, but just to kind of flesh it out a little bit. Name, fantastic. Oops. Oh crap! I can't. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's just pretty slick in general. Like I hadn't played with the grid area names before. We also had Fritz and Chav was just saying that had no idea the whole area naming thing was actually a thing.
It's
same with me.
Right?
Like I had seen it before where you divided into columns and rows, right? But I didn't know that you could actually assign names, and the syntax there is really nice.
Yeah, it is so nice, and honestly, it's one of those things that it's like once you realize that it's really just columns, rows, and names, or sorry, grid areas. Like there's so much that you can do just with those 3 properties and whatnot. Yeah, I think. Well, I guess okay. So we have 5 minutes. I was wondering, did you want to go back into questions? This is mostly it, and I'll push the code up to your repo. Did you have any other questions that you wanted to tackle, or were there questions in the chat that we wanted to hit up before?
So I'll throw it over to chat. If you have any questions, go ahead and type those in right now, and I can pass those along. I know. Well, here's one that came in actually right away. How do you deal with an unknown number of rows and columns?
An unknown number of rows and columns. Oh man,
yeah. Go ahead.
No. You go ahead, TJ. I'm kind of thinking through.
Well, I'm almost wondering, we almost might need more information because I'm trying to think of what the situation would be where because usually in a layout, you would at least know, you might not know what goes into things, but not sure how you wouldn't know number of rows and columns, but.
Yeah, so I think this is one area where like my sense on all of this is that like this is a really great place for when you have full control over the layout. And so a lot of times you're going to build up a layout like this and you can attach things to certain parts of the layout. But I think that in terms of like making it dynamic, you might be I don't actually know. I'll be honest, I don't actually know, because usually when I'm doing something dynamic, it's going to be with kind of the tips and tools that I know how to use from like previous CSS experience.
Yeah.
But like this feels like very much for like structured layout, at least to me at this point.
Yeah, and they said things like an infinite scroll or data from a server. I'm guessing at that point, though, you'd probably just have one container in your grid that's handling that server data, and you wouldn't like be dynamically creating new ones.
Yeah, I don't know. It is interesting. I don't know how. Now, one thing that is interesting is that you saw with the way that my user would, like when I put it in there and I had the named grid area, but that grid area didn't exist, it just kind of extended down. And so that is something that's interesting about grid, is if there's not a place for it, it'll just like keep adding elements. And so like if you have more elements than you have containers, it just keeps appending to the bottom.
So I have one last question for you for myself.
Yeah.
I noticed your coding style was very much like a CSS in JavaScript thing. So I'm just curious, like I'll end with a nice like controversial bit, right? If you're a fan of that approach of writing things, because my brain, just full disclosure, like my brain doesn't like work this way. I like just sticking this stuff in CSS files. So I'm curious, like your personal preference and thoughts around that.
Yeah. Oh man, that's a great question. So it's funny. I find that I enjoy prototyping in this way. One, because I don't have to jump around files, which is great. And then two, I can do stuff like this. So you notice that these cards, like when I deal them out, they kind of tilt randomly. And so if this was CSS, I wouldn't actually be able to do all of that in one file. I'd have to coordinate between my JavaScript and my CSS.
That's true.
And here, I can do all that stuff just by interpolating, so I'm rotating. And then I just interpolate out math.random for the turn. And then I have all of my state available to myself too. So I'm using is it a community card? Is it in here? And so those ones don't rotate, but they do if they're face up. I push them up a little bit, so these are kind of like waiting in the queue. I just kind of, that little like, touching them up. These are the cards you got.
That is slick. I do like that when you need to almost like infuse a little bit of logic into your stuff, like it is nice, because otherwise you have like your default thing in your CSS file and then you're like toying with it, and so I get it. I can see how that can be kind of slick.
It's super fun. It's like, and again, it's like for me, it's like I usually like I prototype this way, and I just go hard and fast and like just do whatever I want in the JavaScript, and then later I kind of come back and evaluate. Okay, is this something that needs to be shared? Should I put that in a CSS file? Like, should I find some like optimization tool, emotion or style components to improve the syntax and the speed? But for this, it's like one file and go. I'm for it.
Well, very cool. So I think we're basically at our time here.
Yeah.
Is there like what, I guess, do you have any like links or resources if people want to learn grid more? I guess would be one thing. If you have any like learning resources you can think of that would be good. And then if people want to follow you, any like additional questions and such, what's the best way for that?
Yeah, totally. So my Twitter is on, I think that green thing under my name right now, but it's fantastic. And then, reactpodcast.com. We have some awesome people. And then this is going to be kind of funny, but I just started a Discord. There's a handful of people in there. We have a lot of fun, and we actually listen to the React podcast episodes when they
awesome.
when they come up live. It's been a blast. So we don't have a fancy URL yet, but right now you can get to it via that discord.gg Q9 capital Z D capital B G capital P.
Yep, I got it. I typed it right the first time too, so it's now in the chat if you wanna not type that. So
awesome. And then thanks for having me on. This was a total blast. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, appreciate appreciate you joining us. And like I said, I think I've mentioned this to the previous speakers. Hopefully we can do this in person sometime, or maybe virtual. I guess we'll have to reevaluate where the world is at. But
yeah,
thank you very much.
Some pants on for the in-person one.
Yeah. You got to bring your background light though too. Like
just carry this around with me.
Just take it with you. Take the cubicle thing. Yep. Got to travel. Bring it through TSA. Right. It's like
I love it.
Yeah. All right, man. Thanks again so much. Yep. Yeah, have a good one. Well, thanks everybody. So this sort of wraps up the sort of guest part of React Day, but I know we have some more activities. So I want to welcome back our MCs for the day. I think Alyssa and Sam are going to be joining us back up in their full casino gear.
That's not my full.
Hello, darling.
Oh yeah.
Gotta get the bling out. There you go.
What
my full casino.
a fantastic show.
Yeah.
We had some fun stuff we had Texas Hold'em, we had Blackjack. We had
some really cool people. I'm impressed by the lineup.
The clock shares like digital clock that was pretty amazing. So we had some pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, the clock was amazing. And the last part, like my brain was melting with grids and tables. Like, what? We're back to doing this in CSS.
So TJ, I'm so glad you asked that question because it like makes me itch all over. Like I'm allergic to like CSS inline, like in that file. Yeah. And so I was like, but the way he said that he prototypes quickly and then later we'll decide what needs to be broken out. I really loved that. So great question and great answer.
Seeing the logic in there too. Like it's pretty slick.
Yeah, it was awesome.
And I'm going to take that feedback whenever we get back to doing in-person conferences, like all the lights, all the bling, it's going to travel with us.
Yeah, it's just like, this is my extra suitcase for like my lights and my... Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. So thank you, TJ. Awesome speakers.
So Sam, what is on the itinerary for the rest of today? What do people have to look forward to?
I hear a lot of fun stuff we have lined up. There is a Kahoot game, and then we're going to do prizes, and then we're going to do the escape room. So I think we want to do the Kahoot first.
Yeah, yeah, we can jump right into the quiz.
Okay, so let's get our good friend on, Ivana Dimitrova. She's over at Sofia, Bulgaria. Hello. There she is. She, by the way, is the force behind everything that we do on Twitch. She makes us look good, and she stays up late, and she's with us all throughout the day, keeping everything engaged. So thank you for what you do, Ivana. You have the floor. You and TJ and me and Alyssa will bounce out, and we'll come right back to do some prizes, and then the team embarrassment or escape room. Okay, I said it right.
We need to introduce one more person, don't we? I think maybe we have Ed coming on.
Oh, we have Ed coming on? Oh, okay. Well, Ed, the Blazer King.
He's backstage. He's like,
he's backstage. He's just waiting. All right. So we're going to bounce off and we'll let the three of you go. Okay.
Well, cool.
Sam always trying to bump me off.
Ivana, I think you're on mute.
Eva, you're muted.
There you go.
There we are.
Good.
Well, thank you, Sam, for the kind words. And no one heard my little thank you. Just to share, like it's not because I really like you guys. It's just because I have major FOMO for Twitch. So kind of that's why I hang out. So yeah, just so you know, I am joking though, by the way. If you can't tell by my bad joking tone. Right?
Ed's the king of bad joking, so he's well aware.
Oh, I am.
So we are going to do a bit of a quiz. Yes.
Yeah. We have quite a few people joining in, but let's give it a bit more time.
Yes, if you haven't used Kahoot before, it's basically just software to run quizzes, and we have some prizes. I think is the official. We have mystery prize packs, I think, to the winners of this. So very exciting. It's pretty easy to use. You go to either the Kahoot app or kahoot.it. You put in this pin and you join. And basically, I think the thing to know is you're graded not only on getting questions correct, but also how fast you answer as well. So even if you know the answers, it behooves you to press that button as quickly as possible.
You better.
Yeah. Sarah, how many mystery prize packs do we have? What is it? The top? Top 3. All right. So you got to be on the podium to take home a mystery prize pack today.
Top 3. Okay. Well, should we start then? Is everyone ready?
Why don't we give it, like, we still have some people rolling in.
So I'll ask a quick question while people roll in. So do we know the theme of the escape room? I know last time we did an escape room, it was pirate themed. And we're doing a casino theme for the show today. And those two things don't go together very well because pirates don't play poker. Did you know that?
Really?
They can't. They're always standing on their deck.
Christ. Seriously?
It's just a fact.
Oh, boy.
We still have people joining. I almost think we should give people like... Jesus. I almost think we should give people like another full minute or two to get in on this, because we want to make sure everybody who wants to get in can get in. And I'll say too, just I'm going to give a heads up that the first question is like basically a control question. It's like a pretty easy one, just so you can get familiar with how things work. And there's some questions that are fair. There's some questions that aren't. So it is what it is.
Like life.
Yeah, exactly.
And then, Ed, while we're waiting, do you have another joke? Qualified joke?
I mean, I like the casino theme, but I'm not a big fan of casinos. You could say I have a chip on my shoulder.
Oh boy. Okay.
I'm on a roll. See what I did there?
We need to have like Alyssa's doing the rim shot. I need to have an actual like physical drum here. Segments.
So what the audience can't see is we can see the backstage and Alyssa is dying laughing back there.
All right, I think our number is stabilized, so I think we're probably good to get going here.
Awesome. Well, let's hit that start button. I'm hitting now. Let's see. DevReach quiz.
Drum roll.
Quiz time.
How many letters are...
Sorry, are in the word React? Quick.
It says it up at the top. How many letters are in the word React?
It's a tough one to open up with. They get harder, and most of these questions aren't fair either, so just fair warning. This one is fair. So 2 people missed it.
See, we should have put those in like programming terms. It should have been like array.length.
Exactly. DevReach got the fastest fingers. So this is back to, again, even if you know the answer to a simple one, you got to hit the button fast. All right, question 2. How many commits does the Facebook React GitHub repo have? So this one's not really fair. I mean, you could look it up, but it would cost you quite a bit of time to do so. Ed, do you have a guess?
I'm going to say 18,000.
It's 13,000.
13,000.
Only 7 people got it.
Kevdwill.
Mermaid Merrill's catching up.
I don't know.
Question a multiple choice.
What is the hex color of the React logo?
Bluish. I'm going with bluish. I think that's it.
We'll see. Answers coming in slow because I think I confused people, which is what I was going for, actually. I told you this wouldn't be fair.
Ooh.
So shout out to the people who picked bluish. That was because it's technically accurate, right?
I mean, technically it is.
Yeah.
Look at that scoreboard. Like, it's changing so quickly.
Yeah, I think we've had a new leader every time.
Yeah. The suspense.
So question 4, what year was the version 1 of Kendo React released? Oh, and Ivana, I think we have the, we got the, these should all be 2018, 2017, 2020, and 2019. No. You have to add 10 to all of these.
Yeah. Oh, well.
2 people got it correct. We had that one screwed up in the back end, but if we told you this wouldn't be fair, so like that was straight up the answer. 2018 was when the first version of Kendo React was released.
Sorry about that, but hey, listen, do some math.
Yeah, well, only 2 people.
Question.
Only 2 people got some bonus points there. So.
Yeah, let's see if our leader didn't change, but the top 3 changed. Let's see.
Yeah. So question 5. When's another date one? These dates should be right. When was the first commit to the actual React GitHub repo?
Ooh, there's 3 dates in May, so 2 of them are identical.
2 of them are identical. That's.
I think that's on me. My copying skills.
This is like improv. It's like where all the answers are incorrect and the points don't matter.
Yeah.
Well, let's see.
Oh, still the same leader.
Yeah. Good job.
But it's getting close though, too. So question 6, just true or false? Null equals undefined. Ed, what do you think on this one?
What language are we in?
We're in JavaScript. this is
then none of it matters. There should be a middle option.
Oh my.
It's going to be false. I know it.
It is true. Because it will JavaScript coercion, right?
Interesting.
Does it depend on what time of day it is in JavaScript, whether that evaluates to true or false?
That's why you typically
pretty sure it does.
That's why you typically use triple equals, because you avoid the JavaScript nonsense of, what indeed. This is trick questions. You were warned though. Question 7. What is the type of not a number? Another JavaScript one, Ed. Right, straight up your alley. Do you have a guess for this one?
Oh, I used to know this. Please don't write code like this. I'm going to go with that, but oh shoot. I think it's undefined. Or is it a number?
It is a number. Type of not a number is a number.
Is a number.
Which is a stupid question. So that's why I also accepted please don't write code like this. Because you really shouldn't have to know what the answer to this is either. All right, how's our leaderboard doing? Oh, we got Kyach. I'm not going to pronounce that right, but back in the lead.
It's a close one.
Question 8. Blank is a popular React-based framework for building static sites.
It's definitely jQuery.
That cat looks jQuery. Furiously using jQuery.
Looks about right.
I'll say Gatsby is probably the right answer.
It is Gatsby. 11 right answers.
Same leader, same top 3.
Same top 3. Still got time though.
2 more questions to go.
So DevReach, we are doing it virtually here, but what city do we normally do DevReach in? San Francisco, Sofia, Bulgaria, London, or New York? And I know Yvonne and Ed know the answer to this one.
I mean, I'm not entirely sure, but I think I know it.
Sofia, Bulgaria.
I was going to say, I think some of us are so well beveraged that we don't remember.
Okay.
Top 3 stay the same.
Last chance.
Yep, last chance to break into the top 3. So I host a weekly React stream And you might have seen this referenced in the chat a few times. What is the stream's name?
It's called the Blazor Power Hour. It's with TJ VanToll.
Shameless plug.
And it may have been a hint because they all happen the same day.
Dun, dun, dun. It is React Wednesdays.
We got all of our web stuff on Wednesday. So we have a day of web on Wednesday starting at 10 and ending at 5 o'clock, I think.
That's true.
All in Eastern Standard Time, of course.
Yeah.
Is everyone ready for winners?
We should do a little drum roll.
Who has the drum?
Podium, third place, Denitsa.
Yep.
Second place. Oh, we have a new leader at the end. Somebody took the crown at the very end. It is Abeg CHR.
Don't you love trying to read Twitch names?
The thing is, too, it's probably just like somebody's abbreviated name, and I don't know. I just like spell them out.
It should be a show. Just trying to read people's names on Twitch.
Well, yeah. Well, congratulations to everybody, to our 3 winners. You will be receiving a mystery prize pack. I mean, it might be mystical as well. I don't know, but we will reach out to you to follow up on that.
Yeah, keep an eye out on your whispers, messages, emails, but we'll reach out for a mystical box.
Well, cool. So at this point, are we transitioning over to escape room time?
Ooh, I don't know.
Escape room. Are we doing that live on Twitch? Is that how that's going?
We are doing the escape room live on Twitch. And we're planning on starting that at the top of the hour.
Oh, I think we have some winners before that to announce.
Oh, okay. It looks like Sam's
coming up here with a listen. I have to say that's a good look on Sam.
I know.
I
like this. I actually like. I'm not being snarky either. Like, this is a good look for Sam.
We should maybe have him always look like this.
The next time we do an MVP summit, Sam, we need to bring it here,
winners, chicken dinners. Who's ready?
Winners. All right, I'm going to do the honor of reading Twitch names, okay?
Because you're extra good at it.
Yeah, of course, because then anything I say in Vegas doesn't matter.
I think you should rap them, Sam. You look like a famous rapper right now.
Opinionated React ebook by Sarah Vera, and you have 5 copies to give out. And the winners are Silly93, Avarolika. Okay, wait.
Tababanman.
Okay, that slowed me down. Pontin and Whip Replacement. Congratulations, 5 winners, 5 ebooks. You're all awesome. Thank you. Now, $25 Amazon gift cards for all you wonderful people out there. Thank you for hanging out. Ancient Coder, Carlos Molinao, Corn 1699, Kane the Dragonux, I like that. L Weber 762, Kev Duel, Racer 14B, Matt Sebo, Sam J04011.
All right, Sam.
And if that's you,
Sam. Is that you, Sam? Come on. Did you need $25 that bad?
I didn't say we couldn't win, so the joke's on you. All right. And LubDubW. Yeah, awesome.
LubDubWeb.
LubDubWeb. I don't know what the W stands for.
And the Bose headphones. Wait, didn't Duggo win something yesterday? Question mark?
Yeah, maybe. Well, the more you hang out with us, the more you win. All right, congratulations, Duggo. Hopefully, this will give you some peace when you work or do your thing. Bose headphones are awesome. So, congratulations, all of you. We love you all. And chat room, thank you for coming along for the ride today. TJ, yeah, love you all. Awesome React Day. Great content. And now it is official Team Embarrassment Hour, isn't it?
Did you wait? Did you just say Team Embarrassment Hour?
This escape room thing.
Okay, so just to give a preface, we have done an escape room before, and certain team members whose names will not be named
Yeah.
aren't good at riddles. So they're just, there you go.
and certain team members keep thinking about food for the hints. And yeah.
So we did one of these before, one of these escape rooms, which sort of gave us this idea. And we got about like 45 minutes into it, and we asked like, "Oh, are we close?" And the person that was helping us out said like, "Oh, no, you like this is it was a pirate ship theme." And she's like, "Oh, there's a whole ship to explore, and you haven't actually left the first room."
We were like almost out of time, and I was like, "How many rooms are there?" And she was like, "Many."
Yeah.
I was like,
well, I mean, it comes with the name of the game, right? It's escape room, not escape rooms.
That's what I thought. I was like,
Come
man,
on.
we are almost done with this room. The hour's almost up. We're fine. And there was like 5 rooms or something. It was.
I think that's just poor naming there.
Okay, so the theme for today, because it's mystery escapes, and I think we have the link to share if you or your team want to do a virtual one. But I think the theme is Moriarty's Parlor.
Mm-hmm. And before we do that, let's make sure we have the right folks on, because I can hop off because I'm not very good at this, but I know somebody who's really good, and I see her in the back room, in the green room. Do we need to bring Lily on? There she is.
Hey, Lily.
Hello.
Hey, guys.
All right. So Lily's our co-worker, also in Sofia, Bulgaria, and she's a mastermind in puzzles and quizzes and all types of trivia. So we sure are glad to have you here, Lily.
Thank you, guys. I hope I'm gonna fill in these expectations. Although I feel like a random one out here, but let's see.
Okay, so how are we doing this? TJ, you're running the show.
I will be sharing my screen here. Do we know, are we good to start now, or do we need to wait till the top of the hour?
I think. I'm pretty sure. I'm 99% sure we have to wait till the top of the hour, but please correct me if I'm wrong.
We can chill.
Yeah, I think we got 6 or 7 minutes to kill too. And I'd encourage everybody else too to stick around and help us. We will likely need the help. We have not done this before and tried to stream this, so this is a total experiment. So we're going to see how it works. We had a lot of fun doing it internally, so we're going to show it off. And like Sam said, if you do find this interesting, the company that does this, it was actually a lot of fun, and they do them for other teams. So they do different themes and such you could try also.
We can pop in early. I just realized my name is spelled with way too many S's, but thank you, Jeff, for that.
We are good to start early.
Yes, we are good to start early. So you can pop in if you'd like.
And yeah, thank you, Jibel Trow, for putting me behind bars.
No, seriously, like, does it affect your vision, your seeing skills?
Somewhat. But my kid is wearing stuff like this all the time, so all right. I thought I'll give it a try.
All right, so I am sharing my screen as we try to figure this out. And I think the first thing I'm going to have to figure out is how to actually join this.
Challenge accepted.
Someone, Jeff said, can you, TJ, put the party mode clock back up and we can commence team dance party?
Yeah. All right, I think. So we're going to be working some magic here too, because we have to like orchestrate multiple calls or something, I believe, to make this happen.
We do. I don't know how this works. Do we all need to personally go there in our own browsers? I think yes, maybe, possibly.
Maybe Sarah can help us out with this. I will join and I will see what happens.
That's how we did it last time. We all went to our own browsers.
The like Google Meet link here.
So I'm just going to pop on and let you guys know real quick. So,
hi, Sarah.
Yeah. Hey. Okay, so each of you on stream definitely should check in and follow that link that was in your meeting request, because that way you can see what TJ's seeing, but you can also explore a little bit and be able to share with the chat room what's going on. So so definitely follow that. And then as soon as, we have 5 minutes, but they'll start welcoming you guys in just a few minutes. So, and chat room, as you can tell, we're definitely going to need a lot of help today. So good luck.
Yeah, all of you making fun of my glasses. Yeah, wait till you see how I do here when I can, as it is, I'm not very good, and plus my vision is half of what it is. So we'll see.
The first challenge of the escape room will be getting into the escape room. Like that's the level of help we're going to need here.
That does feel like it, doesn't it?
But I think we do still have a few minutes to kill if we're waiting for them to jump in at the top of the hour.
I am looking for the link, and then I will join it.
I clicked on a link. Nothing's happening yet.
You did click on a link? Oh,
Yeah,
so you're one step ahead of me.
Well,
somebody will let us in when we're ready to join, it says.
Yeah, presumably you're... oh, should I hit ask to join? Probably. I'm going to hit the button. You'll join when someone lets you in. Suspense.
And not before.
Yeah. See how this goes.
All right, I'm giving up on these for a bit. All right.
We need the casino background music, right? Like just like ambiance playing. Lily, Sarah wants to know how many rooms you have escaped from.
Oh, that's gonna raise the bar.
Oh yeah.
Let's say it's between 50 and 100.
Okay. Well, this is good because I'm at 1, so.
Oh, it's the great start.
Yes.
Is there a way that we can get their audio on the stream?
No, we cannot get their audio on the stream. So I'm probably going to keep myself muted. I'm going to keep myself muted, so you are all going to have to try to talk. I don't know. We'll have to figure out how this is going to work.
Okay, you will have to relay if there's any instructions or hints. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I think this might be it. We might have a few other people joining the link. I'm actually not totally sure. Alyssa, were you going to join the Meet part of it?
I am like doing the best I can to find it. Oh, so I am joining the Google Meet. That's the link I'm looking for. Okay, I can totally do that.
And Sam,
I'll be there momentarily.
I think so. We're expecting one more person. And she's joining, and then we should be good to get going.
Okay, so what I did was I muted the Google Meet because otherwise we'll hear echoes. So one of us will just broadcast if we hear things that need to be broadcast.
And I guess I'll just awkwardly tell the person that I'm just going to repeat everything they say, and we're gonna roll with that. Okay, I think we have Alyssa now, so we should be good to go. And we're also like broadcasting this as well, so I'll probably repeat some of the instructions you say too, if that makes sense. We are broadcasting this to Twitch. We had worked out that we were going to broadcast this one. It did, yes. And Sarah could probably jump in if any verification at all. Okay. Yeah, so Sherlock has sent us a message. That's our starting point here.
Short and sweet.
Where is the message? Oh, I see it.
Yeah, so we're entering in. I see game link.
Are we doing the Moriarty spoiler?
Yep. So I'm in and I see game link. Yes. Yep. We see the portal. Okay.
It's asking for a password to get in.
Okay. Yep, no worries.
May not want to stream that password, TJ.
Yeah, I'll take it off screen. Yep.
Where should I look for the password?
We should put the password in private chat. But I know TJ's juggling listening to her and typing in the password,
Sure.
so.
Okay.
Multitasking at its best.
We should have found a way to like get like them added to the live stream. That would have been PogChamps.
All
Okay.
right. So we are in.
Yes. Okay.
So we're all playing the video?
Yeah.
Because there are clues in there.
So TJ, do you want to turn on closed caption?
And do we have the password yet? Was that secretly sent and I missed it?
It's in the Google Meet.
So for those of you wondering what's happening right now, so the team is actually getting set up. They're getting the passcodes to get in, and they are talking through. They're getting instructions from the escape room guide.
Yoo-hoo.
All right. We finished the video and I just hit enter parlor. Oh, sorry. I got a little anxious.
Should we start clicking while TJ is listening to the instructions?
Okay. Ah. Okay. 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 I think we are good to go. All right. Thank you. All right, so we are now in. I'm going to start just clicking random things.
And TJ, if you can give her an give the room, the chat room, an understanding of what you guys are looking for. Give us a little update on what she shared with you.
She's continuing to share.
I think he's talking, so I can go ahead and share. We are in Moriarty's parlor, is what I've gathered from switching back and forth between channels, and we're trying to escape before Moriarty comes back. So here we're looking at the north parlor view, and the way these virtual escape rooms work is that you can actually toggle between different rooms, and then as you click around, find riddles, clues, things that you have to interact with in order to move your way out of the situation. So whether it's a ship like before, or in this case, a parlor.
All right, so I am just, thanks, Alyssa. I'm probably gonna have to rely on everybody else to explain, because I also have to listen to the host and such as well. So I'm just clicking around at this point just to see what we're working with.
There are clues everywhere.
Yes.
This is a very, very detailed escape room.
Yes.
There are literally puzzles. I found a puzzle. I found some things that look like they need to be maybe decoded.
And Ed, I think I need you to mute in the Google Meet just so I don't get an echo.
Okay.
And that's done. I also see what looks like it appears to be math. So we're going to have to do some math, I think. I know our team struggles with math, but
does anybody see like a logical starting point here? Because there is a lot going on.
I don't quite see.
What about this note that somebody popped up?
Which note?
Hello, Moriarty, something. I'm not sure. Where did you guys see that?
So we gotta let TJ look up whatever we are wanting to, because then the stream can see what we're looking at.
Sure.
So you said a note for getting started. Which part of the parlor was that in?
So there is in the north parlor, I think Lily is talking about the note below the blue pillow.
Below the blue pillow.
Yep.
Has our guy joined? Maybe, possibly.
Yeah. Shall we try?
Oh, that'd be so pog.
No, not audio yet.
Not audio yet. Maybe we're working on it. Oh, that'd be awesome.
So cool.
Is there a spot where keeping notes?
Yeah, it's in this one, which was linked in the Google Meet.
All right, Maria Farrell, can you hear us? And can we hear you? Maybe, not quite.
Ooh,
she's our guide.
I found a test and it has a password. It's in the northern parlor.
Ooh.
Just in the not in the middle of it. Where did I click? On the back left part of it, on the table. It needs 4 digits and it has 4 symbols on it.
Okay.
It looks like a place where we can enter something. Not sure how to enter it. Okay.
Yeah.
So has anybody seen those symbols, like a crown, a skull? How do you call that in English? It was.
This is like the oh crap. It's like
anvil. No.
Yeah, anvil would be this crown, skull. Yeah, anvil's the right word.
The Saints logo.
There's a lot of things to interact with here. I see a bingo thing. I see a trunk. I see a small chest with a dial-in password.
I'm trying to find where the...
Our guide! Our guide! Our guide! We got a guide!
I found this picture of a key. I'm not sure what it is for. It has number 3689 on it. There was a picture of a bunch of keys somewhere in this room too.
Why don't you try it on the chest with the 4 number?
Yes.
Oh, 3689. Okay. Let me get back there. Oh man, how do I change these? Oh, there we go. 3689.
Yes.
Let's see if that worked. Incorrect.
Oh no. That would have been too easy.
Yeah, that was
worth a try though.
How many for T? So what I'm noticing, I'm seeing lots of A's in different places. I don't know where I clicked to describe that to you, but
yeah, I found 2 of them.
Some
A's. Someone's telling me to go back to the door.
Yeah, chat room is trying to help. Kev Dual, thank you.
What would we be looking for at the door though? Where's the in the north room, series of keys, each numbered. Oh, okay. So we need to, from the key thing, we need to find the right key, but then where was that?
I swear I saw like a big picture of keys somewhere in here.
Yeah.
I just can't find where it is.
The middle chest. I think the middle chest, just in the middle of the room.
Yeah, the middle chest had keys.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, choose a key to open the chest. Where's 3689 here?
Can you click on them?
Let's see. Let me find the right one. 36. Oh my God, where is it? 36889. There it is.
Did you find it?
Oh, yeah. So you click on 3689 and it opens something.
Oh, okay.
Hey, TJ,
You
also,
should be able to zoom in on that key page too.
Oh.
Oh. Hey, before we go on, TJ, can you maximize your browser more?
Yeah.
Looks like there's white.
Can you
there
go
you
bigger?
There you go.
And what happens if you command plus? Like, does it help the situation or does it horribly hurt it?
Looks like it helps.
Okay, cool.
Thank you. All right. So how many is a pair?
What?
2?
Okay. What? Maybe this would help.
There was one note like how many in a T or something.
Each number is
how many
used
4T? How many
Each row is a
4T?
math equation. Work from left to right. Each column is a math equation. Work from top to bottom. Oh, is this like Sudoku?
Yeah.
So with that puzzle, there should actually be something inside of that Google Sheets that I sent you that will help.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think I found one thing on the Google Sheet under equation solver. K is equal to 4. That was on a statue I found. Ooh, I found another one. Bingo.
7.
B30.
Wait.
How many 40? 40 is.
How many 4T? I don't know if this is it or not. Maybe our guide can confirm or not whether the T is the number of cups in front of the T set.
Isn't it like a wordplay? How many?
That is correct.
Okay, so it's a wordplay.
40? Yeah.
40.
Where do you see the teacups?
That's an old one that's not opened up right now. It's the teacups.
The teacups is the correct way to solve that.
The number of teacups.
Okay.
So it'd be 3 teacups.
40? Yes.
Get it. I'm not opening up anything. I'm just going to do commentary from now on. So what are we seeing here? It's a very tiny note. Does it... What does it say? TJ, can you...
A lexicon. Book containing an alphabetical arrangement of the words in a language. How is this helping?
Okay, so presumably there's some way of solving for something in here, or is like, I'm curious what the next steps would be. So we figured out how to unlock this chest, but what is this information going to do for us?
She said something about the teacups. So there's where are these teacups?
Yeah,
and
I think I got that one.
You
so
did?
if you go to the main parlor room, there's a note that says how many for T, and there's 3 cups sitting on the tray.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure I got confirmation that 3 was the answer.
Okay, so what are we supposed to do with that knowledge?
In the spreadsheet, there's an equation solver, and I filled in B, T, and K so far. I need A and L, A, E, and L. I haven't quite found those yet.
Oh,
I found E.
So is it like per room or something? Because there was like a big A sitting on the chair in one of the parlors.
Yeah.
I think we should count all the A's that we find.
Oh, that's a good one, Lily. She's got it. How many A's are there, folks?
Oh, okay.
Oh, like how many of the clickable A's?
Yeah.
I see.
There's
I think
one
2
on the
in the
mantle.
west parlor.
That's the only one that's left on that. I think I got the rest of them.
So are you putting in these numbers, Ed?
Yes.
Okay.
So the only one I haven't found is A. So B was bingo on B30. E was the apartment number on the note that said that she was in E11. T was the number of teacups. L was the number of L's in the painting, like Lily said. And then K was on the statue. It was just legit said K equals 4.
Okay, so now what's left is to count the A's in the west parlor. I see 1. Do I see more?
2. There's 2 in the west parlor. South parlor, I'm only seeing 1. Anyone confirm more?
There's definitely at least 2 in the south.
Is there?
But let's do one at a time. So
they can be pretty hidden as well, so make sure you get them all.
What about these like bits of scraps of paper? We're not counting the A's on those, right?
Don't know. How many of those do we have?
I don't think so. I think it would be pretty overt. Because that'd be weird.
2 A's in the west parlor too.
I see 2 in north so far.
So 5 or 6?
But we said 2 in west, right? Somebody...
I for sure saw 2 in west. Because there's 1 on the chair and there's 1 on that checkered plush thing.
There's at least 2 in the south, because there's 1 over here, this thing.
Oh, I didn't see that little one. And then
there's
the
1 here.
one.
So there's at least 2 in south, if
And
not
then
more.
What's the next room?
Yeah.
And then
2 more in the north one? Or
There's 2 in north that I found so far.
there's this one. There's the one on the mantle. Where's the other A?
There's 1 up on the wall. It's kind of embroidered into the left-hand side. If you start from the top of the wall, there's 2 pictures. It's on top of the 2 pictures.
Oh man,
Jeez,
that's ridiculously
no
tricky.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
Well, good catch.
Like,
Is there a way to try it out with 6 or 7?
Yeah, will we know we're right or wrong? Because if we counted 6 so far, will we know like if we put in 6 that we did something right?
I don't know.
So if we put in 6 here, right? So we change this to 6. So what is this giving us? Like this solves for n. What does that mean?
N.
You got it
Is
correct, but you haven't quite figured out what you're supposed to be using that number for.
Okay.
Maybe start working on that Sherlock translator at the very bottom of that page. May assist.
Okay. These are all the scraps of paper,
Those are the
guys.
scraps of paper. Yeah. There's, oh my gosh, there's
Okay.
so many.
All right. We should be able to do this though. We got a bunch of people, right?
Yep.
We solved for n, but we don't know why we need n. So we gotta do this translator to help figure that out.
So if you're in north parlor, I'll be in west, and I'll grab the letters from west and key them in.
Okay, and I'll grab south.
How do we know? Oh, is this like O means this means W, this means X,
I think so.
this means Y? Okay.
By the way, while you guys do that, I think I found an online game or something. It's in the West Parlor, so when you click on it, you have to do something with a green ball. I'll click on it. Let's see what happens.
How did you get to the Excel sheet so I can enter?
It was in the Google Meet.
Oh, Google Meet. Okay.
Did I get all these? So I got this. I think I need the third symbol.
So Lily, where is the game?
So I'm in the West Parlor top painting on the left, but I'm not sure I'm able to do anything with it, so I'll leave it for the guys to share on screen.
You have 45 minutes remaining.
Okay.
So there was only one scrap of paper in West, so that didn't leave us with much.
I only saw one in North. I see at least one in
There's
South.
like 2 or 3 in South.
Okay.
I just don't have the link to the Excel sheet, so I can't enter them in.
Okay, I'll go South then.
I've got one of them up in South. The most obvious one I grabbed.
Alyssa, I dropped it with you. Can you see it?
Yeah, that's the Google Meet. I need the Excel sheet.
Oh,
the
wait.
Meet cleared the chat because I closed it.
Oh God, wait, why did I? Wait, sorry.
TJ forgot the N.
I forgot something?
Somebody saying in the chat, TJ forgot the N.
I don't think I know what that means.
I'm not sure.
There's too many riddles in the chat and in the game.
Yeah. Got too many things to figure out here. And where's the symbol? Okay, this is K. We're getting there. This is taking some time. Is somebody getting this scrap? Yeah, it looks like somebody's on this one. I wonder if they're going to give us all of them or if we have to sort of figure it out with incomplete information. Oh, there's a third one here. Okay. This is...
If there's something that's partially torn off to it, you can figure it out and put it in there. So be very careful.
I think we can use Kev12 on the chat. And if we give him one of the puzzles, he'll solve it for us.
Oh. So we were almost there, but what we have in down here looks like nonsense to me. So I'm not sure what we're accomplishing.
Yeah, I realize that too.
Is it like an off by one
Are you
error?
seeing that row?
Did we screw this up?
I see a
I would
pattern
double check
repeating.
a few of those.
Double check what? What are we checking? Let's see. That's F.
I see BPM pattern.
Maybe that's THE pattern, TH.
Yeah.
pattern.
Well, now
That's what I was thinking. Like, do we
the
need
one
to
that
then?
you have, yeah. So you're trying to fix it.
Middle item.
I think you picked the wrong symbols for the letters. The symbol's going to be along the left.
Wrong symbols for the letters.
What symbols are going to be along the left?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I understand what that means.
I think you already fixed what I was talking about. So.
Oh, okay.
So I'm looking at this F looking thing with the O. Is that the correct combination?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like I put O in here to correspond with that.
Okay.
Yeah, you have
So
it
now
correct.
There's one note that we're definitely missing.
Yeah.
So I think we should split up and find that one. Maybe this will make sense when we get all the info in there. Because there's one here that we already got. There's one here that we got. There's one here that we got. It's probably not in the south because we already found 3 in there.
Yeah, it should have like an upside down omega symbol on it when we do find it.
Did you see the one in the west? It has fee in it. Yeah, this one.
The one in the west. So I got this one in the west. Is there another one?
No, I think that's the only one. I think
we have this one. I'm just checking. Yeah, we do have that one entered.
So guys, can we go to the south parlor and click on the thing next to the door?
Yeah, I just screenshot. I put it in chat. I screenshot it for you all. But
okay. What am I clicking on? The thing next to the door.
On the right.
Yeah, I think it's the up above the A. That one. Yeah, I put that in chat so you can help us hopefully solve that.
Yeah, please solve that.
Go back to the first piece of paper. You can guess the end. Said go.
Well, there's this too.
Yeah.
Gosh, I feel like there should be another one in west. 'Cause there's only one. There's 3 in south.
Let's see. North.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to looking for the scraps. If chat can figure this out or has any ideas, it would be very helpful.
I mean, west is pretty small, though. You think there's more than one there?
I don't know. Like, there was 3 in one room. I've only seen 1 in north so far, too, I think.
So how does the big thing with the symbols look like overall while we're looking for the rest of the pieces? So it has this BPM thing going around, somebody mentioned, so probably this is THA. I'm wondering, should we be changing letters in the table above to try to decode it? Or,
That's a good idea.
There was a reason why
Sorry, could you repeat that?
But there was a reason why I was saying to double check your answers.
Well, so there's a book. So we don't have the decipher correct, right? Because we're not ready to plug it into the book to find the answers to the door. You must decipher these clues, and then they're like the same symbols. So I assume we're not ready to plug the book in yet.
So the book is the exact same, actually.
Oh, as the
Shellac translator.
Yep. So we are.
Yep. The sheet is just filling it in for you.
Okay. Cool.
Okay. Do we have this FGH? OP, yeah, we have it. Should we ask where the last sheet is?
Yeah, let's use.
Yeah, are we? Yeah, I think we could use some help here because we have a bunch of people who can't find this thing.
Has anyone solved that maze yet?
No.
You may want to work on that first.
The maze?
It should be in the west parlor.
West parlor?
If I remember correctly.
Painting on the left, but I couldn't get it on for some reason.
When the green ball touches the gold ball, a secret will be revealed.
Oh!
You got it. It wasn't showing a maze. And somebody, kept with solving the crown and thing symbols for us. That's great. Thank you.
Okay, I got the maze done. A secret door has opened.
What did you do? You just went through the maze?
Yeah.
Oh.
Isn't that amazing? And I got the last scrap.
Okay, can you get us a screenshot to what the scrap you're gonna just
I'll put the scrap in. There was a whole room that appeared. I think you should be able to get into that room now this works the way I think it does.
All right, I finished the maze, so I'm going to...
Are you going to display it? Good job, you guys.
Okay. Do you see what Kev Joel is giving us? These are all the numbers. On the
and I didn't know it was called the flu. The flu.
It looks like we're missing a couple letters still.
Are we? Wait. He says open the chest with those because there's 4 numbers. So can't we just try the chest with the numbers and the 5, 6, 4, 3? Boop, 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 maybe.
Central something? I think we can fill it in with the missing letters.
So you think that's an N?
Yeah.
Let's try N then.
I'm in a secret room and I don't know how to get out. Does anybody know?
Yeah, okay. So I put the links to like the parlors in the you can just navigate to another parlor in the document that we have. I don't know if you have it still in your tab.
Somewhere.
At the very top, I put all of the different parlors so you can just navigate to one of them.
The central number in the lexicon. Solve for N. The answer to the triangle equation. Solve for N, the answer to the triangle equation.
Wait, so when you're talking about the central number, is that the...
Can we zoom in? What is that equation?
Is that the square? Because KevD will helped us with the symbols, and I put them in the symbol grid solver in the spreadsheet. And now we can possibly get the central number with the help of that one. Is that what's supposed to happen?
Yeah,
so now,
I think so.
Now we're looking at the Google Sheet and the thing with the crowns. Are we there?
Yeah.
Simple grid solver. So you put them in. And now we got these symbols. Like, what did we get out of it?
Well, that's what I'm wondering.
For what?
I'm wondering what's the next logical step we should be taking at this point.
Somebody said it. There is this.
They want us to go to the treasure chest, but when you click on the chest, it's just all those keys. So we have to find 3645.
Maybe the smaller chest, the one on the left of that, on the table.
Oh, this had this thing that was confusing. So sorry, I'll go back. It was this chest, right?
Yeah, the smaller chest.
And what combination should I be? Oh, I should be using this 3645.
Yeah,
but I don't see it. I'm looking.
No, hang on. What Kev Dual said, 5643.
None of them start with a 5. They all start with 36. I sent 36 or 37. I don't see anything.
3645 is if you start from the upper left-hand side, and work your way about 3 rows down.
3645 worked.
Yeah.
I have to allow pop-ups. All right. Well, I
haven't found the key yet, though. You said 3rd row down.
It's super confusing.
Oh, there it is. It's kind of in the middle.
Mine doesn't do anything.
No, wait. You don't have to. You shouldn't find the key. You were supposed to put in the numbers from the symbol grid solver because they were. I think they were displayed in the front of the chest, so you didn't have to click on the key itself, but go and just enter them.
Yeah.
You go where with them?
Just a smaller chest and just enter it. Enter the number from.
I didn't even know there was a smaller chest. Where is it?
Where was it? I don't know.
There we go.
Okay, so
on the table. Oh, it's on the table.
Yeah, so we got this chessboard with black and white pieces and a note. I hid ace in each part of the parlor, but I doubt you'll find them all. We found them all.
Mm-hmm.
So why do we need the chess node for? Something else referred to chess, like only the person who knows something.
If you look in my notes, there's a puzzle that you put together, and it comes up and it says white, 1 king bishop, 2 queen, 3 king's pawn.
Oh.
Yeah.
So that'll give us some numbers. So somebody should solve for those numbers and get them on the dock.
So on the white side of things, the king's bishop would be on position 7. Is that right? Or where does it sit?
Well, the bishops would be on 14 and 7.
And where is the king? On the left or on the right? Let's go.
You have 30 minutes remaining. Anything I can help with?
Thank you. So let's see.
I think it's
King is 21, modicum of sanity said.
King is 21. Then the bishop would be 7.
And then we need the king's pawn.
Then the king's pawn would be 35.
Is that it? So if king is 21 and then 7 and then 35, we have 3 numbers. Where can we use 3 numbers? There was one lock with a rotating thing. I don't know.
Did somebody write down those numbers if we're confident those are the...
Yeah, 21, 7, 35, if we know. I'm not confident these are the numbers, but I have them down.
Yeah, at least we wrote them down.
So in one of the rooms, there was something. Oh, that's cool. We have the letters. Oh, stay here.
Yeah, we could do this.
Yeah, let's do that.
Somebody, yeah, I'll let somebody else. I'll just put it up on the screen.
There's a chessboard, by the way, in the secret room. I don't know if that matters.
Oh yeah, is there anything on the chessboard that's like helpful, or is it just
the pieces with the numbers that we just rattled off are moved? Oh, it doesn't mean like on your initial setup. It means the numbers on the board that's in the secret room.
Oh, can you screenshot it for us so the chat can see?
Yes, let me do that.
And I just realized that this one we have solved it with the equation solver on the right. And what we get out of it, it's n equals 8. So that's the piece of unused information.
Okay, so we got this. Gotcha. Okay, so now we just need to see the secret room that he is sending the screenshot to.
I just posted it.
Perfect. Did you?
So the pieces have moved, so our answers are changed.
Did you post it in chat?
I posted it in the
doc.
The doc.
So yeah, let me give you a second to bring it up.
I'm gonna upload it to the chats.
Is it this one, Ed?
Yep. There's the chessboard from the secret room.
Okay. So what do we do with this?
We got to match it up with the other board that we found in the treasure chest.
Okay.
The board that we found in the treasure chest.
Yeah. How do you get out of the secret room? I just got locked in there.
We all had to use links. So Alyssa,
yeah, in that document at the top of
the
where you put the screenshot, I put links to like the North Parlor, West Parlor. You just have to navigate to the.
Oh, okay. I will do that.
So the secret room should actually open up a second tab.
Okay. So
if it doesn't open up a second tab, then there should actually be an X at the very bottom, or you can just click the escape.
I think I accidentally closed the thing when I opened the second tab. Is the problem?
Alyssa,
tried to kill the windows.
Yes.
Did you put a link to the secret room in these?
I have never been in the secret room, so I did not. I'm sorry.
Okay. TJ, can you open the small treasure chest?
Just Command Shift T for us so we can have the secret room URL.
So if you accidentally close out of your tab. So for the person who exited out of the game, if you click Control-Shift-T or Control-Alt-T, it will open back up your last closed tab.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right,
So
TJ, if you unlock that.
Okay, yeah.
So I have the chest open. I'm gonna, or somebody send a link to it. I don't know, but I'm just pasting it into the document so that we have everything at one place, just under the chessboard.
There, match that with the chessboard.
Yeah, so let's try and match that.
When you say match it.
So first we were supposed to be looking for the king's bishop, who's now just in the middle of the board somewhere.
Oh, okay.
The puzzle disappeared. Oh, there it is.
It's back again. I'm trying
yeah.
to move the links to a different spot. I'm just going to put them above the board when I can. But yeah, keep solving.
So it's go ahead, Lily.
Oh, I was just about to say that whoever is solving with us, now is the time to find the numbers.
Well, so the king's bishop. So this is the. Is this the queen or the king?
I think the king's bishop is
That's the
thing in the middle on the left.
That's the king.
This one, yeah.
Yeah, that's
like
the king.
The king looks like the king is way up here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the king, that would make. But if that's the king and started here, this would be the king's bishop.
So
that's the original spot.
Would the king be all the way up there?
Wait, hang on. That's the smaller one's the queen. The big one is the king.
So this is the king.
That's the king.
Okay.
The king's bishop's going to be the one there on your cursor.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
So that's 27.
It's white. I think it said white, so I think we should be looking.
Yeah.
It is the white one.
So 27 would be the king's bishop.
Yeah.
And then what was the next one?
Then we're looking for the queen of the white one.
The queen is at 29.
Modicum of Sanity said that the white queen has moved to the king's original position.
Oh, so they're getting tricky.
Are they? I thought the king was the larger.
I think
Never mind.
I think that's good.
Yeah, we're good. We got 27, 29.
This is
the queen.
Yeah. So this is definitely the queen, because the queen's the only thing that can do this.
Yeah.
So the king's bishop would be this one. So 27 is right.
Yeah.
And then it was the queen that we needed next.
The
queen and the king's pawn.
So the queen is 29. So 27,
Yeah.
29. And then the pawn is at, looks like 3.
13. Oh, is it? Yeah, 3. Okay.
27, 29, 3.
3. Got it. So where can we use that? Maybe the one painting that had the rotational thing on it. But I don't know where that was.
Yeah, 27, 29, 3. I'm trying to think. There's definitely stuff in here we haven't interacted with quite yet.
I think, where was this rotational thing? Somewhere near the door. Where was it? One of the paintings.
There's something else you need to click on in that room that you.
One of my paintings opened. Where was that? Would you go back in this main room? There is a painting on the top middle. Yeah, exactly this one.
Oh,
there we go.
Now we're getting somewhere. Oh, do I actually have to? Oh boy, I think 27.
So you're going to be clicking and dragging, and then make sure you stop on your number.
29, and then 3. Ooh.
Is this bringing back memories of high school for you?
Yeah, exactly. All right, we're in.
Okay, are you gonna? Yeah, what's happening? Can you click on those things?
that makes perfect sense.
These symbols were someplace.
Yeah.
That is in the back room. On the mirror, there's a thing with like 4 of those.
All right, somebody screenshot this and get it in the doc.
I got it. Well,
Okay.
I'll put it in the doc. I'm also putting it in the chat.
He'll have to solve my equation to get out of the parlor, but I doubt he'll find all the letters. There's a dictionary.
Something with the lexicon in the middle. Where was that?
Oh, like this links to a literal dictionary.
Is it? Or is it like a special dictionary?
700-page dictionary.
It's 700 pages. Okay.
We're gonna have to like look something up, I bet.
Yeah.
Okay, so
we
we
have
gotta
to go back to the mirror now that I put the screenshot in the doc.
Okay, yeah. Help me. What parlor is that in? Or what?
It's the back room.
The west parlor?
The west
Okay.
parlor, yeah.
Okay, so now we have this equation.
Modicum says look at the
4
third page of the dictionary.
arches.
Look at the 3rd page in the dictionary.
Until 3. Wait, what? Is this the 3rd?
That's
page?
4.
So
That's 5.
It just ended in Bloomsbury. That's the 3rd page.
Easier
Is
English.
somebody making fun of us? And
Second.
there is nothing in the dictionary.
Page 5. This is page 5 now.
Oh my god. Okay. Page 5.
4, 5 parts of
Symbols.
speech.
Oh, symbols?
All right, hang on. I'm going to screenshot it.
I do not
At the
believe you
bottom.
actually
We don't need this.
have the correct things to solve the dictionary yet.
Okay, so back to the mirror we go.
You will need it. You just don't have everything to solve it.
Okay.
So okay, we know what this symbol is. So this
I'm gonna
is
be real honest. I can't even see that on my screen.
It's
and I'm
very
looking-
hard to see.
What is
4 things on top of another thing.
I
Minus
can't make out
or
the
drag.
second thing
Is that a
underneath.
that's a pair underneath.
That's a pair? Okay.
So we know this is probably 40 because from this symbol here, these things are 10. So I'm guessing that's 40. I have no idea what pair is, and I don't think we know what triangle is either.
Okay,
40
so scroll
divided by a pair minus
scroll
the
down,
triangle?
TJ.
Yeah.
Scroll down.
Didn't we
click
solve
on the
for
pillow.
triangle?
On the pillow.
So the left side, yep.
Okay. How many
Oh.
triangles are in this picture?
10. 10. 10. We solved
Got
for
it.
triangle. 10.
This is one of these ones that there are more, like 4 triangles on top make another one.
Yeah, there are a ton of triangles in here. Somebody,
I think it's more than 10.
Chat room. How many triangles? Yeah, there's
All right.
definitely more than 10.
Screenshot it. I'm putting it in chat.
yeah, somebody
Standard, I don't-
smart needs to figure this out. It's a lot because all these little ones count, but then you got to count like this and then like this.
I mean, Kevdy Will saying 12. Let me see. Like, there's 10 overall, including the big one. And then you've
So far,
got.
we've got 14.
13.
I think 12.
Oh, no. I see actually 13.
I see 13 as well.
Oh, yeah.
Ed, which is the 14th one?
I don't know. Somebody in chat.
Go puzzle. How many?
Oh, my
Disqualified.
Yeah,
24?
good luck.
Hey, I can use the internet, right? Like Google.
15 or 14. Okay.
24,
so
20,
how
or
do we
26.
figure out the pair
I
meanwhile?
Our guide is cringing right now.
Yeah.
How dare you people?
Okay.
She did say we could use anything.
People were saying 13. So I'm just wondering
Yeah.
how to figure out the pair thing of it. So 40 divided by a pair. It should be something even. So 2, 4, 8, or 5, maybe. Minus 13. So when divided by it, it should be bigger than 13. I'm guessing so that we don't get a negative number.
So yeah, 40 divided
Are you
by
positive?
something minus 13.
40
That was a
divided
blunder.
by...
So have we seen a pair anywhere? Because that's the one thing that we don't have an answer to.
Oh wait,
gonna
is
look
that the
around.
whole a pair is what number? 2? Is that whole thing?
I think it should be 2 and the answer should be 7, but what do we do with it?
2, right. It was the how many is a pair.
Yeah.
Remember? 2.
Yeah, that's true.
Have you finished solving that Sherlock translator?
Okay. So now we have 40 divided by 2 is 20, minus 13 is 7. So what do we use this 7 for?
Does something reference this, like a puzzle, the mirror, something like that? I keep coming back to, like, we still have no idea what this thing is. That's like one big open.
By the way, if you click next to the mirror, there is a note that I don't know if we have done anything with. Top right of the mirror.
This is something with the central
You
number?
may want to work on the Sherlock translator.
The Sherlock translator. No, I don't think you can click on the mirror. They're asking in chat.
Is there something with the central number that we need to do?
You have 50.
What?
I think we had 15 minutes. So let's do the Sherlock. I think that's what she said is next. So if we say the central number.
Whoa, we figured out the rest of these? I didn't think we'd finish this.
There's one missing.
Yeah, but I think we can.
Are we like now ready for this?
Whoa, how did this get solved? The central number in the lexicon.
Solve for n.
Solve for n.
N is 8. We have that.
The answer to the triangle equation.
Oh no, the triangle
Okay,
is
the
13.
triangles are
N is 8.
87.
So who fixed this, by the way?
Everybody, I haven't touched it.
Did it fix itself, maybe?
I think it did.
Maria, if you're talking, we can't hear you. I see your lips moving, but I don't hear any audio.
We solved for n, though. It was 8.
Yeah, the triangle thing.
So if we put 8.
7.
So those four puzzles become your final
password. Got it. Okay, so the central number in the lexicon is number 1 somehow. Then number 2 is, what was it? In the
So I'm not totally sure. Are we solving for this right now?
No idea.
We have n. I don't understand how to plug the numbers into the central number. I think we're missing a key or a guide somewhere.
Godug is saying that the missing letter on the Sherlock translator is N. So plug 8 into there? Oh, wait, I don't understand. I'm lost.
But like this isn't even used anywhere, right?
Yeah.
I don't know used anywhere. I don't even know what that would give us.
So what I gathered from all the things breaking up is that this last text, the blue one below from the Sherlock translator, is going to give us clues about the 4 numbers that are going to be our last passcode. So they're coming from different puzzles. So the first one is coming from the central number, I'm guessing. Then we have something. We know that n is 8 from the one of the puzzles, and from the mirror we know another answer with the triangle. So probably the central puzzle is the place to go. But I think we lost Maria.
I found an unused clue, I think.
Okay.
It says each set of 3 words has something in common. Find the common word in the lexicon and you may find the answer.
And then so this is where we use this.
I think so. So if you want this clue, TJ, oh, you've got it right there. So secret double real estate. College third angle. Pillow dog.
College degree,
fist.
third degree, angle degree.
Oh, so the word we need to look up is the thing they have in common.
Yeah, so
The dictionary, maybe what page they're on.
Right. No, if we find there's something these three words have in common, and then when we find that's the word we have to look up in here.
I have the answer.
Oh,
for this one.
Okay.
But it's not I didn't find it in an honest way. Do you want to see it? Do you want to hear it? Okay, so for secret, double, and real estate, you can put agent after each one. So set one, the common word would be agent.
Secret agent. Yeah. Let's look for this.
Oh,
one
and
first.
college third and angle, could that be
degree?
Trimester? Degree.
Yeah, hold on. Let me get to agent in here.
Hello,
this is so big I can't I don't know if it's okay.
Fight.
You can
there
do
you
a
go.
find, can't you?
Pillow fight,
there you
dog
go.
fight, fist fight.
All right, so somebody write this
Oh.
down. Agent is 346. So somebody get that down.
Got it.
Okay, and then you said the next one was degree.
And then fight.
Okay, I'll look for degree.
Oh, there's no search.
Search is completely failing me because it's
Okay.
I don't know. Somebody else might be able to. I tried search but it's just not working for some
It's
reason.
an image,
so.
probably.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's a PDF and
It's an image PDF.
All right, I'm getting to degree.
Do it.
And then does somebody else did anybody else have the dictionary open?
I don't, but let's see. If you want to plop in the link, I can look up fight for you.
All right, I think this will just work. I'll throw it in the chat, a private chat on
Sounds good.
StreamYard. All right, and I'm slowly working to my way to degree.
I think these might go in our lexicon thing or central number thing. So I started keying them in there.
Oh my gosh, it's such a big dictionary. I'm
Yeah.
using the scroll bar on the side.
I maybe shouldn't have. I
I
should have just downloaded this. I'm getting close though, so now I'm just stubborn. Yeah, here we go. Degree is the word minus.
Wait, what?
Minus.
All right, that's not going to work. Minus.
Okay, minus. So what was the first one corresponding to?
It was a number.
346. I think it was 346.
Oh,
Hopefully someone wrote that
346
down.
minus.
Minus.
Yeah. And the last one is
337.
Okay, so that's 9.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have the number 9. We have the number 8 from the N. Can we go to the decoder, like the Sherlock decoder, and try to figure this out? I think I was on mute for some time or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, I
that's
think
not
these are
6
going to
then.
give us 4 numbers, these lines in blue in the Sherlock decoder.
Are you talking about the central number bit? This bit or?
If you scroll down a little bit, the text, I think it gives us 4 numbers. So the central number is the first one that we don't know. In the lexicon, we have 9. So for N, we have 8. And then the answer to the triangle equation is 7. So we have...
No, 13 for the triangle, right?
Yeah, but it's 7 at the end of the equation. So it's 9, 8, 7.
Where do we plug those numbers in, though?
That's the final answer to the final door, which is one big red door, I think.
Before that, we need to figure out just the center.
Yeah, we didn't do the fight, didn't we, in the dictionary?
It's in the South parlor.
I looked at fight. It's 337.
Oh, you did 337. Okay.
There's a lock on the door, so do we want to just put in these numbers?
Yes.
Yeah, let's try something 987.
We don't know the first one?
We don't know the first one?
Yeah, it's not 0. I tried.
So, okay. I'm just looking. So, yeah, we think we know these.
Forcing.
Because how were we supposed to solve this one? Do we know?
The central number?
So there was
I'm
actually
confused
a
on that one.
template inside of a box.
There are some instructions somewhere, but I'm not sure.
In a
where.
box?
I missed what was said there. There is what?
There was a
inside of
template
box?
for in a box.
Okay. So we think this is 987, but we don't know this.
I mean, the possibilities for the first one are from 1 to 9. Should we just?
Yeah,
Yeah, like just like real quick, just like real quick. Just
I've tried until 5. So,
okay,
Oh,
okay.
you
So
tried
try
until
from 6
5.
through.
so it's 6.
Is it 6?
Yeah.
Awesome.
I love it.
Brute
Oh
forcing.
my goodness.
Our way out.
So, congratulations, you escaped with 5 minutes and 5 seconds remaining.
Oh my gosh!
Seriously?
No way.
Did we?
So what was the 6 from? What were we missing?
So the 6 is actually the central number of the central number equation. So what you were supposed to do is go through and input values in those little yellow squares to equal the numbers on the sides.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, wait. So this would be, hold on. I'm curious. So this would be like 0? I'm very curious how, because these all look like zeros to me.
So the automatic set is 0 for all of them. That's why you needed the template, which is it's in one of the boxes inside of the North Parlor.
If we followed the template, we would have put in like n and some of the other numbers we found.
Mm-hmm.
Which box is it?
I believe it's the one that you opened up with a key.
Yeah, I think we completely forgot about that one.
Yep.
There it is.
Oh, so.
Oh, okay. So now 4
we
minus.
did forget about that one.
4
Yeah, because
minus
this would be a 9. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we would have had to. Okay, I see. What we were supposed to do. Oh, well, maybe I don't know. We were supposed to
The yellow spaces.
So, yeah, you can only fill in the yellow spaces. So essentially, what the thing inside of the document does is it gives you a check. So you input the numbers that you think are correct, and if the blue comes out as the same as it is on that template, then you got your numbers correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so 4 minus.
Kev says 9 on top.
Yep. 6 would be the very middle. Worked from there. Are there any more questions or anything I can answer before I have to leave?
No, we just want to thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
It was really, really fun. And I think our viewers really loved it. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hopefully this wasn't like one of 5 rooms that we
Maria.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right. Did you see how helpful I was?
Oh, wow. Thank you very much,
Oh,
guys.
my goodness. Thank you, Lily. I can say this with all assurance. We couldn't have done it without you.
Oh,
100%.
I think you would. It was nice. I think the whole thing was figuring out how to work with the thing. So this was amazing.
Yeah.
Thanks, Duggo. Thank you. We did survive. We made it out. Oh, that was.
Thank you for everybody who was helping us in the chat. I think we wouldn't have made it without these guys who were giving us all the answers.
Yes.
No, that's for sure.
Didn't have to count triangles ourselves.
Wow. I can't believe we are now wrapping up day 2 of DevReach. It flew by. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us for this incredible escape room. And thank you, TJ, for just putting in all the hard work to make React Day possible. It was really, really awesome.
Okay, hope everybody had fun.
I watched it all day. I did. It was good.
All you cool
You're laughing,
kids.
but I really did watch it all day.
That's good. Now, all you cool kids did web for 2 days. We just sat back and let you do your thing. Tomorrow comes the main day.
No.
Yeah,
Hey,
we're
we
going to
love
talk
Angular.
Yeah, we're gonna talk Xamarin and all types of mobile stuff tomorrow, and then Angular comes up the day
Angular on
after
Thursday, and then we have an incredible code party on Friday. So you don't want to miss the rest of this week and our after hours. But I think we're gonna raid someone. Raid. So stick around for the raid. But thank you so much for everything, chat. We love you all. Mwah.
We love you.
See you tomorrow.